Are we here? Hello? Just need to make sure that everything is working. I'm a professional streamer, I know. Is everyone able to hear me? Oh gosh, I've got really bad stream delay. Awesome! Well, hello everyone. I just need to make sure that everything is sorted. Hello! Was that the opening riff for King of the Day I just heard? I'm not sure. Usurper's one of the bands in that music mix. They're very good. I really like their stuff. Yes, we can be bees. So, is my mic loud? Is my mic loud? Okay. This is like okay, this is my first time streaming. We're gonna be going through this together, okay? So, um, scheduling streams because delays. Okay. Awesome. Awesome stuff. So, why am I streaming? Well, I'm glad you didn't ask. I have I am streaming because I am it's the same reason why I made my first video on YouTube. I wanted to try it out. I've always seen these other people doing like these different things of content. I sound kind of crispy. Well, I might be able to fix that if you give me one moment. If you give me one moment, I'll try and fix that. Give me 1 second. Now hopefully, it's connected to the correct microphone. Does that sound any better? Gotta wait for the stream delay, but I'll see if that sounds any better. If it doesn't, then we're just gonna go with it for this first stream. But yeah, no, as I was saying, the reason why I'm doing this is because I just want to try it out. And I'm echoing? Uh-oh. Why am I echoing? Oh. Oh no. Okay. Right, give me 1 second. We're gonna try this out. Um, Give me 1 second, people. Um, Pro streamer, pro streamer. Ah, okay. What about now? What about now? Take the stream off. It's muted. The stream shouldn't double. If you're streaming the browse audio, mute the stream. Yeah, I've done that. I've done that. I'm not entirely dumb. Does it sound any better, or am I still doubling? We're gonna figure this out. Okay, awesome. So hopefully that should have connected to my better mic. Awesome. Professional streaming. Professional streaming, okay? So, today, as many of you are probably aware, Just a Robot made a response. He made a response. It came out absolutely nowhere. I don't know why he thought this was a good idea. I have seen a bits of the video. I haven't paid attention to the whole thing. So, we're going to be watching this together. And I have very low expectations. I'm going to be so for real. But yeah. Without further ado, if stuff loads, even though I put everything back to normal, we're going to test this out, okay? Now, I'm going to start the video. Make sure to tell me if you can't hear it. But yeah. And make sure you can see it when I'm like doing all this full screen crap. I'm not sure how this is going to work, but we're going to see, okay? This is so scuff. This is so scuff. But we're going to try it, okay? Okay, here we go.
Hello everyone, it's me Luke.
Hello,
No, not Jar,
Luke.
There's gonna
Hi.
be no voice filter, no gameplay, no fancy editing, no nothing like that. Just me trying to explain myself to the best of my abilities. My last response was far from good to say.
Oh wait, I've realised something. I had it on the other thing. I feel like I'm gonna get a bunch of angry messages now. Sorry. For people in the future because of the stream delay. Okay, yeah, okay, here comes the messages. See, I told you I'm good at this. Right, let's try that again, okay? Pro streaming. Now do you guys see why I only hop on everyone else's streams and I don't do it myself? Okay, let's try this. Take 2.
Hello everyone, it's me Luke.
Hi,
No, not
Luke.
Jar, Luke. There's gonna be no voice filter, no gameplay, no fancy editing, no nothing like that.
Okay.
Just me trying to explain myself to the best of my abilities. My last response was far from good to say the least. If it wasn't, then so many people wouldn't be clowning on.
Also, I think he got, like, this model in the background, because I've seen the June the King video, right? I think he just, like, asked June for the model. I can only assume, right? Like, that looks like the model from the June the King video, so that's interesting.
On it. I'm doing something I've never done before. I'm taking things seriously for the very first time in my life. I'm dealing with serious allegations, and serious allegations should be taken seriously. Not like my last response where I was joking around far too much. I'm primarily going to focus on the stuff around Cinny. There's so many allegations against me that if I go over them all at the same time, this video will just end up being a giant mess. I want to get this out of the way now. The version of the Cinny video I uploaded was bad. I would go as far as to say that it was the worst video I ever uploaded. However, I do not believe I would have uploaded this draft of the video if Kumo didn't leak it out first. I want to make this clear. He did not link people my video or just play a few clips from it. He uploaded it in its entirety from start to finish on
Lol, what a fucking loser. Every tiny little edits making fun of him that I did, huh? What even is this? He made things 10 times harder, all thanks to this sequel video, I guess. Where would I say he made things 10 times harder if this was truly the final draft? If this were the final draft, I wouldn't have said he made the process 10 times harder. Okay.
To his channel. And yes, he did this all before I released the video myself. This was not a re-upload, this was a pre-upload. I do have some proof that I was working on another draft of the video, such as the fact it was uploaded unlisted days before it went live. I did this so I would have plenty of time to think things over on whether I should upload the video or not. I was also sending people the video so they could look it over.
Whoa.
I should upload the video or not. I was also sending people.
Mind looking over this video? Don't send it to anyone. Interesting. So, one thing I don't understand about Jar and this whole, like, oh, I made 2 different drafts, right? And he was going to have this magical third version that was going to be the perfect, like, end video he was going to release, right? He fully edits both videos, right? He pays his editor to fully edit both videos, edit his stills, do every single thing with it. And now even seeing this, it makes me wonder if he had another thumbnail for the original video that we didn't get to see. Because this one is obviously portraying Cinny as, you know... But again, it's so weird. Like, like, nothing makes sense with his reasoning, with, like, why he did it this way. Because I can understand, like, a draft of a script, right? I can understand a script. But 2 fully edited videos. Again, I may have even accepted it if it was just him in the editing software, and it was just audio with some, like, clips, right? With no editing, no transitions on it. That would make somewhat of a plausible argument. But he went out of his way to make a full-on video defending Cinnabar, despite having a video before that where it had more evidence against Cinnabar that he made before. Like, I know what I'm saying sounds ridiculous, right? Because it doesn't make any sense. This process doesn't make any sense. Oh, hang on. Thank you, A-Space, for the $10. Heard you have had your start soon screen on the whole time. Care to comment? No. 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 But no, his logic doesn't make any sense. I understand that Jar is on the spectrum, I understand that he's dyslexic, all this stuff, but he still fully made a video defending Cinnabar, despite having read the document to at least a minimal extent, right? He at least saw the screenshots which contained the rape, and like the rape comic, right? Like, okay, we're only a minute in. I'm gonna let him yap, but holy fuck. It doesn't make any sense. It hurts my head every single time I try and give any level of, good faith in terms of his logic behind this video, or the videos themselves.
The video so they could look it over and give me their thoughts on it. Now I know that some of you are going to call me a liar, because the second draft of my Cine video was already fully edited. However,
Right.
the first draft of my Cine video, which was more negative towards her, was also fully edited as well. I'll link it down below if you...
That doesn't help. Again, that doesn't help. It doesn't help you. It's insane. It makes you look like you're just trying to play both sides.
wish to check it out. Here's a clip from it.
The funniest part about all of this is you didn't do what you did with that 14-year-old because you wanted to get with them, you just couldn't stop cooming. You coomed until you groomed. I never even heard of a situation like this happening until now.
It should be noted that I was not happy with that draft of the video as well. I was on Jack's, aka Birdie's, side way too much in it. Yeah.
What, yeah, to the point of, like, showing out their GoFundMe. Like, oh, God. Like, that whole I'm trying to remember, right, because it's been about a year, right? I believe it was also in the second video where he goes, like, they're not a groomer, just a Kuma, right? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand this man's logic. It hurts my brain every single time I try and, like, put some semblance of thought behind it, because it doesn't make any sense. No one who makes videos thinks like this.
Yes, I made this first draft on Cine before I reached out to her. I was talking about grooming allegations, so I want...
When he saw Kumo defending Cine, despite the evidence, he probably thought the crowd would turn around. So he probably wanted clout and bet all on black. He lost it all on a shit bet. Yeah, like, even in the Lyo call, like, again, like, my memory's a little bit, like, hazy on certain aspects of this situation. I will fully admit that. But even in the call Lyo had with him, he basically, from my memory, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, he basically said he wanted, like, an ally in the form of Cinnabar. Like, they had a big subscriber base, you know, they had, like, a big channel. Jar had recently, like, been distancing himself from people in the ACC and, like, his friends and stuff like that in the forms of, like, Lyo Convoy and different people in that space, because people were, like, not in his best stead, because of all the stuff with, like, VidCon and all that stuff like that. I mean, Jar was even, like, before this, was, like, teasing making a video on Lyo Convoy. Like, it's insane. Holy fuck. Thank you. Thank you, GG Pixels, for the $15. Ooh, Robo Cringe. Love the content, yeah, and keep it up. Thank you very much. Oh my god, people are being so fucking supportive today. This is insane. Oh my god. Right, let's continue.
To gain as much info as I possibly could. Honestly, I didn't expect Cindy to add me back, but she did. I was so ready to tear into you. And this was the day I was going to upload it unlisted for my Patreon supporters, and it was going to go live tomorrow. When I interviewed Cindy, I wanted to make it seem like...
Frowny face. Nothing against you, I just hope I don't sound stupid. I think I'm a retard. Just a robot. I also don't sound my beast. I was sleeping and you were scared. What?
Like, I was on her side as much as possible so she wouldn't run away. I want to make this clear, I wasn't pulling an op on her or anything like that. I was just trying to make sure my information was correct.
By having a sleepy time call with them. Oh, thank you, Spinling, for the £5. Have a great stream. Thank you, Spinling. That's very nice of you. Right, let's keep it going.
I told Cindy I would be making
Oh,
another.
hang on. Hello, Jack. I sent you a friend request on Discord. I hope we can have a call soon. At least I think I sent it to you. If not, please add me. Okay.
Version of the video in favor of her before I reached out to Jack and Enno.
I think that's... yeah, that's Cine. Ha ha ha, I'm scared. Just a robot. I am as well. Fuck Kumo for doing this. Cute logic. Said he'll... Sorry. Cute Logic said he'll make a reaction to my video about you tomorrow. He would have reacted to it the day it was out, but Kumo just had to be a piece of shit. What? I mean, yay for Chud Logic. I'll try to catch the stream. Wait. Wait, what? Wait, no. Hang on. Chud Logic said he'll make a reaction to my video about you tomorrow. Why would you not tell Chud that this is not like the version you wanted out? And if it was, then why have we not seen those DMs? This doesn't make any sense. Because he said he'll make a reaction to my video about you. As in, like, he would live stream the video, right? This kind of, like... This kind of... Am I crazy? Like, this entirely, like... goes against, like, Jar's entire narrative here. This doesn't... Again, like, I unless I'm misinterpreting this, but, like... If obviously they're referring to the video that Kumo released, like, early, right? So, if Chud Logic's reacting to that video, and Jar is fine with Chud reacting to it on live, then... Rose, okay. We did, and that's why Chud was pissed at Jar. But, okay. Right, I'm gonna let this play out, but, like, fuck me, man.
But, yeah, I'm going to be changing my video a lot, and I'm also going to have to reach out to Jack, because, you know, for all I know, you're
Uh-oh!
For all I know, you're lying to me.
Have fun with that, oh my god.
Yeah, I'm going to get the video ready, because knowing Jack, they're probably going to panic and try to control the narrative, like...
Of course, and that's gonna be hilarious, but...
Yes, this was indeed very stupid on my part. I thought because I made a video bashing her before I reached out to her, that I should do the same but in reverse. My roommate, Professor Dreadlock,
Why?
was also getting ready to go on a very long business trip, so I couldn't go over all of the long cine doc.
The long cine doc. Okay, again, like, Jar may have... Again, this is the only good grace I'll give in this part. Jar could have he may have not known he could do this, but like an auto prompt. Also, I'm guessing obviously like he's had dyslexia for you're kind of like born with it, right? I don't think it's something that develops. He could have used an auto reader. I'm sure he had other people who could have read the script. Like I don't know, his partner, you know, other people he was friends with. He could have asked his editor Lorenzo to read it out to him. Like. I'm unsure, like, the logic here, right? And I don't understand, because unless Jar was trying to be quick with this video, because... But again, I'm not too sure on that one, like, in terms of, like, trying to get everything through it all and trying to release a video as soon as possible, because it's different from, like, how Jar normally handles content, right? Because he normally hops in at the end of a drama. Is that actually Kristen Ark? Or is this someone... Oh my god, it is. Hi, Chris! Hi! Hi! Yen is coping? True! It's clear he has a bias, though, even framing it like Birdie was trying to control the narrative. He was going on a business trip, so Jar had to go reckless. No wonder they broke up. XD Jar, why'd you throw your buddy under the bus? There are ways to get around dyslexia, like TTS. Dyslexia isn't an excuse at all. No, it's really not. Especially when you're covering a situation like this. Like, if you're handling a serious situation like this, you need to get all your ducks in a row. You need to make sure you have all the evidence that you can. Of course, that does not, like, stop stuff from, like, a wrench being thrown in the works, like, people lying to you and that sort of stuff. But the document's right here. Like, Jar could have made his entire video based around these logs here. Again, like, I don't even know if he asked, like, Cinebear what their intention was. Again, it's been a while ago, right? Like, in terms of questioning her, he could have asked a lot more. I still think no matter what Jar's draft was going to be, it was going to be a bad video because of his intentions going in were self-serving. Objectivity in covering serious situations is always necessary. Yeah, that's true. Like, Jar was going in this because he's, like, part of an aspect of it was he wanted an allyship in the form of Cinebear, you know, this big channel to, like, help him out, like, is what I'm assuming, and, like, gathering from all the context we've gotten over, like, this last year. I still find it insane that this situation happened almost a year ago now. But anyway, let's continue. God, we're only 3 minutes in. Oh my gosh.
Documents with him. I have one of the worst cases of dyslexia in the world, so it's very hard for me to read. Professor Dreadlock, on the other hand, is an extremely fast reader. A few people have pointed out that at the start of the Cine draft that I uploaded, I claimed that I went through the doc. That was a lie. It wouldn't have been a lie if that draft didn't get leaked.
What? What? Why would you lie in your own draft video? What? This makes no sense, dude.
I have that recorded because I was going to go through the doc with my roommate before I decided to upload that draft or not. For anyone who knows me personally, you know how slow of a reader I am. You've seen me misspell things multiple times. The idea that I read through both docs very carefully by myself is an absolutely ridiculous notion. In my initial draft, I was just listening to the popular opinion and quickly skimmed the two documents, mostly looking at the pictures on.
So you... Wait, what? No, wait. So you're saying you didn't read the draft for your... you didn't read the document for your first draft in the video, right? And now you're just saying that you skimmed the document, mostly looking at the pictures, which would have been the rape comic.
Screen. When I heard that there were a few people defending Cine, not saying that she was completely innocent, just that she wasn't as guilty as some were portraying her to be, I decided to reach out to Cine, along with those who were defending her, to get their side of the story as well. After all, I've seen multiple dramas where everybody's bashing.
What? What is that? Prismate Luke? Okay. I don't know the context for these. Antunes? Okay.
One person, only for the entire situation to be reversed later. I didn't want to just side with the popular opinion, only to find out that I spread misinformation later on. But why spend so much time editing the video before I even looked through the two documents?
Good
I
question.
have to plan ahead on these things. After all, adding in my avatar takes a lot more time and effort than just adding in gameplay or recording my face.
I think I've just been mind broken. What?
Avatar takes a lot more time. I have to plan ahead on these things. After all, adding in my avatar takes a lot more time and effort than just adding in gameplay or...
Well, surely you should, like, time it, like, you know, be on the ball with it. Would be, I don't know, taking notes, writing a script, not making a full damn video. Oh. Thank you, A-Space, for the $5. Was the reason he didn't leave Mally alone because his reading was way too slow to read? No. Oh, God. Oh, I don't know. Maybe his dyslexia thought no meant yes. I don't know, bro. Oh, but funny when you mention that, actually. So, anyone who's been around these spaces, right? Has anyone not seen the Fauci stream that happened, where he basically was able to jump just a robot in Hambleton server? Well, for those who don't know, after that happened, I got into a call with Jar, I don't know why he called me. It was a bit of a mess, really. I think, you know, he was very much like not doing very well. But the important thing to note from that call that I had with Jar is that when I believe it's either in that call or the conversation we had in Himpleton server. Either way, it doesn't matter. When I asked him about Vincent Martin's video and how he was basically saying like Mali Malware didn't say no hard enough, or like, you know, wasn't like negative enough in terms of like Jar wanting to hang out with them, right? I asked Jar about it, and he said that it did mean no. I mean, he admits that it was a no. So I don't know if that has already been known, but that was something that was interesting that happened. I did not sleep with just a fucking robot. Fuck you.
Recording my face. I knew that this situation was still ongoing and that more information was coming out.
Hang on. Here's my thing. If the dyslexia is so bad, how the hell was he making scripts before, relying on the roomie? So, up until this, until Jar hasn't really used scripts. He's admitted that. He doesn't use scripts. So this is why I would be more inclined to believe him if he was just making draft audio for his videos, so he could just have a general baseline concept of the things he wanted to talk about. If he even had bullet points and stuff like that, I could accept a bit more. But no, and that's why he's been doing quote unquote okay up until now, because he kind of just hops in at the end of a drama, and basically goes, "I told you so," like, or "I knew this the whole time," rah, 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 that type of thing, you know. So he very much fucked himself by interjecting himself at the start of a situation like he did here. But yeah.
I could take my time on this video and remake it over and over again, of course salvaging what I could along the way. Or I could just get cold feet and not upload any draft of the video. After I made the first draft, I was not happy with it, so I wanted to remake it after getting Cindy and her friend's side of the story. Then I was going to remake it again after looking at the anti-Cindy side in more detail, and after me and my roommate looked through the doc in more detail.
And this is my issue, right? The anti-Cine side. I was going to look into the anti-Cine side. I was going to look at the pro-Cine side, right? It doesn't make any sense why you would go about it that way. Like, sure, gathering, like, opinions from the room is good, you know? I mean, like, I would go to different content creators to get their, like, thoughts and, like, about a situation. Or if there's any information I may have missed before I, you know, start scripting a video or start recording it. But fully just deciding what your video should be based on the popular consensus is never a good idea. It's very safe to do so, don't get me wrong. It's a very safe way of doing a video. But also, it's not you at the end of the day then. It's the popular consensus. And I don't think anyone was, like, supporting Cinebear. I would have loved to know what kind of people were telling Jar that Cinebear wasn't as bad as they were thinking. and I guess, like, the anti and pro thing, it kind of, like, it gives me, like, an air of Vincent Martin, of how his whole ideology based around his defense of Jar was the woke versus the anti-woke, you know? I guess in this instance, it's the pro-groom or the anti-groom, but, you know, let's go. Let's get moving.
But you already knew all of this if you see my last response. Unfortunately for me, I had no proof of this. I didn't record any calls about this because I never expected my video to get leaked. Until today. I completely forgot what I said about my singing video in my call with Vincent Skullman. Ratsu, a person who interviewed me, you might have seen it around, later became friends with me because she came to the conclusion that the drama around me was overblown. I am happy with the friendship I developed with her. She has been extremely understanding and kind to me. She told me that Vincent Skullman sent Lio Convoy our call, and apparently Lio Convoy demanded that Vincent Skullman not upload it under any circumstances. Naratsu could be lying to me, but this did make me listen to the call, and I heard things that really piqued my interest, as you can see from the timestamps on screen.
Had to do it in chunks. Here's the last part, other than the small changes we made, and here's the script for it. So he does make a script. And on part for Cine. First of all, so people. So should I delete the ending, or was it before it? Was it before or after the call? So I have a question. Did you talk to Jack or Enno? So he does have a script. I'm assuming. Oh, fuck me, man. Oh, hang on. Because Ratsu did lie to him. Want the actual cap? Sure, if you have something, you can send it my way. I'll let this play whilst Laya does that.
I had this call with Vincent. Only 15 hours. I sent the
I need to take a I need to take a shit first, then I'll be ready. Okay. And I'm ready. Okay. Lasted an hour. Okay.
last part of my Cine video to my editor, Lorenzo. Now I want to make this clear so someone doesn't claim that I lied. I did send Lorenzo a few more parts for the Cine video after this call, but they were very small changes. This was the last big part I sent to him.
I've been interviewing people, I've been looking into this deeper, and I'm not saying Cine is innocent, I want to make that clear. It's just more people in this situation are guilty than you might think. The problem is, I know this community. They're going to twist it into me defending a groomer, and I'm like, that's not what I'm doing in the video.
However, reviews my video before publishing is to ensure that my message is communicating clearly. I often find it challenging to express myself effectively with words. I mean, that is what your video did. Oh, hang on. Let me try and set this up. Let's see if this works, actually. I want to see if my... Uh-oh. What did I do? Uh-oh. What have I done? If I... Give me 1 second. Oh, I did make it work. Lol. Okay. Give me 1 second. Lio has sent me something. Let's see. Open link. Okay. And let's see if this works again. Oh, nope, that's the wrong one. Let's see if that worked. It does work. Okay. I have key bounds on my OBS. I just wanted to see if they worked without like me having the application over. Oh, hang on. Thank you, Venkman, for the $5 US. $5 for the yen. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Thank you all very much for the donations. You guys have been very generous. Okay. Right, let's read this. What Lio sent me. Can't see who this is unless I've cut out. No, okay. So yes, this conversation is concluded. I owe you nothing. I have no reason to trust you, and this entire whatever it is has nothing to do with you. The last thing I'll leave you with is, if you ever release the call you had with Jar in October, then you better snip out what he says about Ponder and her crew. They don't deserve that vile gossip being spread about them, must let publicly. Then it is settled. Okay, Vince, I'm assuming this is Vincent Scoreman. Then it is settled and I'll be on my way. I'll take what you have said into consideration. Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Quantum, for the £10. Yen is innocent. True. So, if I'm understanding this right, Lio, like, you didn't want this call put out because it was talking about, like, Ponder, and, like, obviously this is all, like, before everything that has happened, right? Just understand, like, I mean, look at the dates. So, this is basically, like, he doesn't want the call, like, put out. You don't want the call put... Sorry, I'm tripping up all over my words. So you didn't want the call put out because it had stuff relating to Ponder and their crew that Jar, like, may, like, you know, like, Jar was being, like, horrendous about. Or, like, it was basically going to give unwanted harassment, is what I'm going to guess. Unless... Yeah. And... Okay. If it isn't obvious, guys, I'm a professional streamer, okay? I know exactly what I'm doing. I didn't care if it was put out, I just wanted that one part section clipped. Oh, yeah, okay, so you just wanted that part removed. Gotcha. Okay, thank you for clearing that up. Okay, that makes sense. And we will go back to the video. I'm hoping I didn't accidentally shunt us on the timeline. Oh, I did. Whoops. Let me fix this. Here we go. Sorry, I'm a bimbo. I was trying to understand what you were saying with that. Sorry. Oh gosh, this is amazing. Okay, let's keep it going.
This call with Vincent, only 15 hours I sent the last part of my Cine video to my editor, Lorenzo. Now I want to make this clear so someone doesn't claim that I lied. I did send Lorenzo a few more parts for the Cine video after this call, but they were very small changes. This was the last big part I sent to him.
I've been interviewing people, I've been looking into this deeper, and I'm not saying Cine is innocent, I want to make that clear. It's just more people in this situation are guilty than you might think. The problem is, I know this community. They're gonna twist it into me defending a groomer, and I'm like, that's not what I'm doing in the video, and I don't want to talk about it too far anymore with you, because like I don't want anything to get leaked, because I've been working on this for literal weeks, but I have been gathering a lot of information. I have been going back and reworking on the video because I want to make it clear I'm not saying Cine is innocent.
As you can hear clear as crystal, I was emphasizing to Vincent Skullman that my video's purpose was not to convince people that Cine was innocent, just less guilty. You can also tell that I didn't want anything to get leaked out because I put so much work into this already.
Jaz said that like he has issues with wording himself, right? And him saying I didn't want, like, I was like, you know, I mean, we'll play it back just so I don't, you know, say it wrong. Cine, I didn't want people thinking that Cine was innocent, just less guilty, right? That part is such a crazy thing to say, like, in terms of the context of the situation we're dealing with here. I understand wanting to get stuff like labeling right and wrong, you know, in terms of like, is someone a groomer, is someone a pedophile, is someone X, Y, and Z, all this stuff, right? But immediately it comes off as mitigating to like what actually happened here. Because the bulk of the situation, Cinebear messages a minor who they knew was vulnerable, like Cinebear knew that this person was a victim of Dice Cult, right? That was known to Cine before they even started interacting. And started talking, was fully aware of their age, was talking sexually with them, was like, you know, enabling their sexual, like, behaviors and all this stuff, right? And Just a Robot decides, yeah, I'm gonna make a draft of a video defending this. Like, I'm so confused where he got, like, his defense from. Because he's saying that, like, he listened to the, like the positive to Cine crowd, and he's saying that he saw the images in the document. So I don't understand how you can even say this person is like less guilty than what people are saying, because what people were calling Cine was a groomer and a pedophile. Let's see. And Enno was dealing with abuse at home. Yeah, that's true. I mean, this is the thing for me with this whole situation, right? And this may sound a bit soy, and I don't know why this would sound soy, but anyway. My main hate for this situation is how the focus got entirely removed away from Enno. It entirely got removed away from Enno because of Just a Robot's stupid fucking video and his beef with Kuma. Right? The focus wasn't put onto Cine, it was it still was, right, to be fair. But it was mainly focused onto Just a Robot and Kumo and their like stupid crap they were pulling, and instead the focus was taken away from Cinebear and the victim, right? I don't know if the victim got any proper support. I don't know if anyone who actually reached out to the victim helped them fill out a police report wherever needed, right? I don't know how much a police report would help in this situation, but And the sad thing about NO, right? Like, on top of everything, because obviously they've had a horrible time dealing with all this, right? They told their parents about this, and they didn't help. They blamed NO, and that's just miserable, right? That is just so disgusting, and more common than you may think in those kinds of abusive households, and it's so depressing. But again, that's my soy little tangent on like how I feel about this. But I won't stop mocking the stupid robot for this stupid fucking video. Oh, hang on. Thank you, Venkman, for the $2. Sending more money. Why? Because reasons. Well, thank you very much, Venkman. That's very nice. And Jar had the balls to say people took focus away from NO when it was partly his fault. Yeah, exactly. Like, Jar did that himself. Kumo did that as well, okay? The problem with Jar is that he made a video, even if it was just a draft, defending someone despite having evidence against the claims that he was pushing in their defense. That is the issue. Like, and you spread it around to other people to get their thoughts on it. I understand that, like, those people didn't get to see the video. I would have loved to have seen what would have happened if Akumu was able to have seen the video before it got put out. Because I can just imagine him going just like, Jar, what the fuck is this? What the hell is this, Jar? What are you doing? But, yeah, we never got that, unfortunately. Okay, let's keep it going.
Along with the fact that I stated that I'm going to go back to rework on the video to make it clear I'm not saying that Cindy is innocent. I just wanted to finish what I had for now so I could go over it and see what needed to be changed and what I could salvage.
The first situation I was ever in with this, that I ever got into with this whole community was the Princess Elizabeth 013 drama. When she was 14, people would send her, like, pictures of Rouge the Bat raping her avatar. People...
What? What the fuck? I'm... What? Like... I'm unaware of certain situations that happened in old SEC, ACC drama, or situations, right? I have been trying to, like, learn, but, like, in terms of, like, everything, because I'm pretty new when it comes to, like, the inner community. Like, I only joined, like, the community spaces, like, halfway through last year. I had just been a casual viewer up until now, up until then last year, right? But, what the fuck?
Of the age of 30 were doing that, and when I called that out, I got accused of being a pedo, because why else would I defend a 14-year-old? So it's just like,
what?
my, have the turns have tabled. The thing is, like, I looked at the comic, the thing is, though, the doc maker didn't censor out anything. It was actually Cindy who sent it out, censored it herself when she sent it.
And? What does that change? It doesn't change anything. It's just the fact that it was censored or not. Like, it's still what it is, right? What the fuck are you on about?
When I found that out, I was like, wow, that makes things way less bad. It's still pretty bad. It's still pretty bad, but it's not as bad. Like, if you send a minor uncensored porn, it's worse than sending them censored porn. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's still overall fucking but it's gonna kind of lessen the blow.
Lessen the blow. Okay, dude. Like, it still has the same overall effect. You are sending a minor NSFW material to look at, right? With the context of it also being an NSFW rape comic. It doesn't change anything. It's still fucked. Like, I understand what he's saying here, like, it's not as bad, right? That is technically true. But in terms of scaling, in terms of, like, whether or not it mitigates what's happened here in terms of good or bad, like, if you want to use a scale, it doesn't change it much at all.
Thanks to reaching out to Cindy and her friends, I could make the information clear that she censored out the doc herself. I did not disagree with Vincent when he said it's still overall, yeah, because I agreed with that. Sending a minor porn of any kind is bad.
Thank you, Jar. You truly are brave.
Censored or not, but censoring it is still less bad than sending uncensored porn.
Fuck
At
off.
the end of the day, they're both bad, but I wanted to get my information correct.
Here's my opinion. Cindy was very inappropriate. She deserves to get backlash, but I do not think she's a pedo. I don't think she's the next Cosmodor. I don't think she's a pedo because, like, I'm gonna be honest here, I think she would have done this with anyone.
Cindy's done this more than once. From I haven't looked into. Hi, buddy.
In Jar's defense,
Oh God.
it is less bad.
Technically, yes, it is less bad, but it doesn't change the thing. The grand scheme.
Yeah. I hope this helps.
Thank you. Thank you, Ace. How you doing, buddy?
You see, I was just like really thinking, dude. I was thinking.
Yeah.
So, you know, I've been doing some talking, doing some chatting. Kind of wondering if he doesn't make scripts, right? Like I've heard that like he does like a bullet point thing sometimes.
I mean, we
But,
just
like, it
saw
doesn't
him
really
get-
make
get a
s-
script.
Yeah, but like, you know, his Lio video had like 129 pages.
Bruh. It's a lot of bullet points.
Exactly. So it's like, I think that had a script. I don't know. That's just
Yeah.
me though.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Yeah, no, it sounds like he had a script.
I wonder if like, you know, he has like an edited video of like the Lio video just out there like on one side and like before he like reached out to people.
Lyle, please, come home.
He has
I
like
miss
two
you,
different Lio
father,
videos.
Please,
one-
don't leave me.
One completely defending him and one completely just like getting him.
Lyle
Dude, that'd be
Convoy is a
awesome.
piece of shit. Yeah. And it's just like the fucking the thrill of the double life. The
Yeah,
Jazz
dude,
video
yeah.
fucking editings. You know?
Honestly, this guy cracked commentary, dude. Like, you know, anytime there's like a pick a side situation, why not just make videos on both sides and pick the
Yeah.
winning side, dude? Like,
Spin the wheel.
this guy fucking cracked the code.
It's awesome.
Yeah?
It's awesome stuff, right? Also, like,
Yeah.
what I was gonna say before you joined, like, Cinebear's done this like more than once, right? It was like right before they turned 18. So you could definitely
Yeah.
say a pattern of behavior there.
Eh,
Eh?
eh,
Eh.
eh. Eno's the worst one. There's not really much comparable
Yeah,
to
well,
Eno,
yeah, true.
specifically. If you want
course.
to talk about like, has she
Well,
had
Well, here's the
inappropriate
thing.
conversations?
It's we're talking about like whether or not they're a pedophile or a groomer. Because Jar wants to make that specification pretty clear.
Okay, with like Cinny, I could kind of understand the not calling her a pedophile thing, because certain things that you have to prove is like an attraction to kids,
Mhm.
and that's always going to be hard to prove. But like with grooming, that's why like that's like the easiest one to go with, because it's not like even like people like made this like specification in the beginning. There hasn't been like any evidence that she tried to meet up with this kid or tried to get them like, you know, like EPI, like anything. Like you could argue like the sending porn is like kind of along that line, but we can't prove that the intentions was to send porn to like ready them up for sex to meet them in person. However,
Right.
what we can prove is that this was an isolated minor that was given special treatment, which are already two things. That they had like sexual conversations between an adult and a minor, and that gun of it all was that she was interested in the 14-year-old's reactions. So this completely destroys the argument of it being oversharing that anyone thought it was.
God,
It definitely had malicious intentions, I would say.
I think it was something Kumo said on a live stream back when all this was happening. Like he was very much, I think it was with Himpleton. They were very much like against like calling Cindy a groomer. Like they used this gay label instead of a groomer when it came to Cindy. I can't remember. But like it was ridiculous, right? And then at one point they just considered, oh, hang on. Thank you,
Sure.
Vankman, for the $2. You know what? The heck with it. Thank you, Vankman. It's very kind of you. Jar is the embodiment of that high school guy, you know, who's like, I'm actually an evangelitarian, who's really just obsessed with being a contrarian.
Yeah, it's real.
Fauci
No, but
s-
like,
hang on. Fauci says that Cindy is a pedo due to her hyperfocus of the age as well. Oh, hypersexual. What? Due to the hypersexual. Huh?
oh, I don't even see the guy in chat. Did you like
So you have
hide
top,
him, lol?
you have top chat on, probably.
No, I still have live chat on. I guess I'll just refresh.
Rose Throne.
Dude, he's running. Falky's running, dude.
Yeah, Fauci's the one that's running.
Eh,
Jar one.
I mean,
Make a video. Make a video. Make a video, Ant. Make a video.
yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't call her like a pedophile in like the traditional sense, personally.
Right.
Because like hypersexuality to me, obviously, like, you know, obviously she's hypersexual in general. I would not like obviously equate that to pedophilia. I'm not saying that's what like Falgy's saying, but like I could kind of see like how the grooming happened, but like I can't really see like I haven't seen enough evidence to suggest that she was sexually attracted to this kid specifically. But it was definitely something like there's definitely grooming there. I could definitely agree
Yeah.
with that.
It,
There
it's,
definitely was grooming.
It's interesting because some like of Jar's like argumentation is like, are they a pedo? Are they a groomer? But then you actually look at the video and what they say. They go, it's like they're not a groomer, just a groomer, or like in like certain aspects, right? And it's kind of like, well, you're saying they're not a groomer either. So, what?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's a bad video. I mean, like something I don't even like understand with Jar too. Like I think I've said this with you as well. It's like even though like even if we want to give him the like extreme good grace that he was gonna make like another document, he makes points like the minor should have set the boundary, and it's like there's no amount of research that you would have done that would have changed that take, because that's not like a take on research. That's like a genuine moral position you're holding right now. Like
Oh.
I don't.
Also, I got my answer
Like
about the Kumo thing. Apparently, Kumo said that Eno was hypersexual, and it was locker room talk. I remember the locker room talk thing. Also, thank
Yeah.
you, Venkman, for the $5. Last one for the road, and we've reached the goal. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. If
Yeah,
anyone
buddy?
has any video requests, if we don't get to it this stream, we'll like if I do a future stream, right? We'll definitely throw it in there as like the second topic. But yeah, like if anyone has any suggestions, then feel free to. I might make a section in the Discord. I don't know if any of the mods are in the chat where they can just quickly make a separate channel for like video suggestions. And we'll do it that way. Awesome. Well,
Yeah. Yeah.
just let it play.
I think she's
Yeah.
just
I
an
can't see it, but
Omega
that's
Kuma,
okay.
But
It's here in spirit.
Sorry. I'll set this up for you, buddy. Haha.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! Did I just do that again? So I have my key bounce set to 2, but I didn't realize that YouTube had specific things to it. God damn it! I've entirely fucked up where I was in the video. Uh-oh. Okay.
Professional streamer, guys.
I know, right? I'm like so professional.
Should I join that share screen? Let's see. Yeah, I'm here. What's up, pal?
Hi. Okay.
Oh, what a cool video.
Yeah. I don't remember where I was. No. We're gonna figure it out. Okay.
anymore with you because like I don't want anything to get
Damn it.
leaked. I don't defending a groomer, and I'm like that's not what I'm doing in the
Okay,
video,
yeah, here we go.
and I don't want to talk about it too far anymore with you because like I don't want anything to get leaked because I've been working on this for literal weeks, but I have been gathering a lot of information. I have been going back and reworking on the video because I want to make it clear I'm not saying Cindy is innocent.
As you can hear clear as crystal, I was emphasizing to Vincent Skullman that my video's purpose was not to convince people that Cindy was innocent, just less guilty. You can also tell that I didn't want anything to get leaked out because I put so much work into this already. Along with the fact that I stated that I'm going to go back to rework on the video to make it clear I'm not saying that Cindy is innocent. I just wanted to finish what I had for now so I could go over it and see what needed to be changed and what I could salvage.
The first situation I was ever in
Okay.
with it.
Yeah, so I've got to go forward a bit. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
It's
Haha.
I don't really understand that mentality where it's like, you see, this person's a fucking piece of shit. They're just not this bad. Okay, like I don't
Yeah.
know. Like I get like impulsively being defensive of things, but it's like I don't know, dude. Like I feel like
Here's
that this
my
would have just
thing.
been way better to let her do it.
Yeah. Well, here's my thing, right? I'm fine with like people trying to define the labels, but when you're going around using mitigating language to what actually happened, then you're fucking yourself, right? By like saying that, oh yeah, they're a groomer, so it's not as bad as being a pedophile, which, you know, technically true, right? It's all about wording when you're portraying yourself in a video. But the way Jar does
Wait.
it comes off as very mitigating. You know what I mean?
Do you think being a groomer is not worse than
Okay.
is
Now
is
I've
less
heard
bad than being a
myself say
pedophile?
it. Now I've heard myself say it. Yeah, but like that's how Jar sees it. I'm trying to fucking understand this guy's fucking thought process.
Well, because one is attraction, the other one is acting on the attraction. I think there's clearly. I think grooming is worse
Gulp.
than pedophilia.
Gulp. I got the things messed up.
Dog.
First stream and I'm cancelled.
Which one's worse, having thoughts or corrupting a minor?
Oh
Let's-
god, dude.
Which one, chat?
Uh-oh.
God, good stuff. Good stuff.
That's awesome. That's gonna get close.
Don't worry.
Right, let's go.
To be honest here, I think she would have done this with anyone. I think she's
Yeah.
just an Omega Coomer, but she's not like a pedo. And that's pretty much my whole take on this situation. The problem is, if you don't say that Cinny is literally the living embodiment of Satan, people will twist it.
Even back then, I didn't believe that Cinny was a pedo or trying to get with the minor, and I have kept that opinion consistent throughout this entire drama around me, and even in my old draft. In my opinion, Cinny was not trying to get with the minor romantically or sexually. She still messed up
Correct.
really, really badly, and she deserves to get bashed for
Yeah.
it. Anytime I defended someone who was getting bashed, even a little bit, I always received major backlash. Whenever I have defended someone,
then why
whether
do
it's
it?
Mari,
Yeah.
Antoine, or Peaches, I've never claimed that they were
Like, there's a
perfect.
pattern of behavior if you fucking up a situation. Why are you still doing this, bro?
Glad he learned his lesson, guys.
yeah.
Like,
Little angels who never
Yikes.
did anything wrong. I'm just saying that they're not as guilty as people have portrayed them to be. If you commit a crime, yes, you should be held responsible for it, but you shouldn't be held responsible for a greater crime that you have not committed.
Realistically, I have no issue at this point.
Oh, well, that's good. I wish more people in the Art CC would do what you do. I wish we could just sit down and have a nice chat over a cup of tea.
Yeah.
But, you know,
yummy.
things just have to escalate. And I did thank you for making the video because I was getting a little overconfident. And when I go into a situation with the expectation that I'm going to lose, that's when I do my best. Like, you know how...
Yeah?
Yeah.
What do you mean you're gonna lose? What do you mean? How do you like lose a situation unless you have like a predestined like defense that you're going or like side that you're taking in a situation? It sounds
The stars have aligned, and it's showing that this is.
pre-sweeping.
I flipped a coin. And I had to choose the bad
Was
take.
it?
Fuck.
He's like Two-Face, dude.
Dude.
Let me flip my
This is
coin,
fucked up.
Batman. On one side,
like-
I perpetrate the groomer and I burn them to the ground. On the other side, I defend them and make my career turn into a downward spiral. You choose.
Dude. That's
I got
fucked up,
canceled
man.
to begin with. I got overconfident in the Toby drama. That's what happened. And you making that video honestly saved my ass.
The reason why I thank Vincent for making his video on me is because I thought it would save me in the long run. Of course, before I could go back and change things to make myself sound less confident, Kumo leaked out the second draft, and I panicked uploaded what I
Oh, what fucking... Oh, right.
had. Vincent may have saved me, but Kumo doomed me.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we could sit down
Yeah.
and have this talk because, like, the main thing I want for people to know is I'm not as mean as people think I am. I'm actually I rather just sit down and talk.
Yep, what I truly want is a peaceful solution to a lot of the situations I find myself
Revenge
in.
is what
I
kept
just
me
have
going
a
for
habit of
10
pissing
years.
people off unintentionally, and I wish I didn't.
Dude.
Beat
No!
that
What the fuck, dude? That's That's awesome.
Fun intentionally, and I wish I didn't.
Want to hear that again?
No!
No ordinary person would have been able to read. them.
No. Kumo sent me a friend request.
Umo.
Mr. Everybody's a pedophile but me is contacting me.
You can tell that even back then.
Dude, what the fuck? Dude, it's just a friend request. Shut the fuck out.
I knew Kumo being around me wasn't a good thing. Before you
I wonder how he
asked,
gets, like, when
no,
hit
I
pieces
did
are
not
made on
send
him.
Kumo the video.
Yeah.
Goblin.
It's like, a video just hit the tower. Ah!
Like, no. Wait.
Please, I have a family.
Girl sent it to him after I told her not to. I told her not to send it to anyone because I was still looking over things.
You're gonna,
Ah,
Oh,
yikes.
wait, what was that?
I told her not to send it to
Stop
anyone
it, yeah.
because
Yeah, that's
Who's this guy?
I don't know, man. Like, I
looks
just
a
hate
little-
that
he
there's a
looks-
jar made image too.
It looks kind of familiar. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
I was still
that's what we
looking
call
over
just a
things.
robot.
you're gonna,
Yeah.
in this hypothetical, you have a roommate, right?
Yeah, alright.
You find out that your roommate is a threat to children, correct?
Okay.
Okay, do you A, call the police, or B, ask for $10,000?
Okay.
You see what I mean, right?
Well, clearly your mind must have changed because you made a whole video shouting out the GoFundMe, dude. What? What?
I don't know, like with this take,
Yeah.
I really fucking hate Birdie, right?
Really?
But like I'm not gonna shit on them for like, you know, when they find out like their a roommate just groomed someone that they want to get out of there. Like
Yeah.
I don't think I would want to live with someone that was just a fucking groomer.
Wait, my roommate, good friend Jeffrey Dahmer, right? There's a newspaper about him. Yeah, it's like, you know, it's insane, right? Like, why would you want to stay there?
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably why Professor Dreadlocks had to go on a business trip, but you know.
You know, they should
Yeah.
have contacted some form of authority that could, you know, deal with this.
Yeah, like I find it disgusting that people are talking more about Jack and Cinny's like living situation than like the fucking minor who may or may not have been groomed.
One of
Well done, Char, because you did that exact same thing by making your video.
my stances on
Yeah.
the drama was that things should have been more focused on the minor Eno, and not on Cindy's relationship with Jack so much. I was also iffy at this point in time whether what Cindy did was grooming or not. I was going to talk to Vincent Skalman about this call, but then I realized that all of his drama videos, including the 2 new ones he made on me, are gone, and both of his Twitters are currently locked.
That's awesome.
Huh. That's kind of weird. Now, you might try to claim that I'm a liar. After all, that's a lot of money to spend on 2 different drafts of a video.
It is.
So why would I spend even more money on a 3rd draft? Well, the thing is, Lorenzo was just about my cheapest editor.
Bro. How much do you want for the Cine video? I think I've already sent you 30 for the first draft and 30 for the second. Bruh. What the fuck?
He lives in the
Someone brought up
Philippines where the
Bernie's
US dollar
family.
goes very far. $5 to us is about $20 to them.
This isn't what you want to say, dude.
Good.
Yeah, my defense on why I had two fully edited versions of the draft is because I don't pay my editor much at all. So what the fuck are you doing, man? Yeah,
Cool stuff.
I don't pay my artists very much, and I don't pay my editor very well. That's the best defense you have, dude. What the?
Any payment he asked for, I
I'm a
would give
piece
it
of
to
shit.
him, even
Yeah,
after
my defense is I hate my editor. Oh god.
Yeah, fuck them.
Hang on. Honestly, man,
Yeah.
after all this, I'm glad you're not my friend. Just someone who pays me. And what we had was strictly business. I brought up my concerns with you, how I told you straight to your face that sent uncensored and highly detailed gore to teens in her public Discord server covered up by a pitiful spoiler tag and goddamn trigger warning. What? I have no clue what this is about. How your interview was rancid garbage and how she made shit worse for you and me by posting that abhorrent abomination of a visual and audible gonorrhea called a video. Okay. As for Liars saying that I might make a video on this, I wasn't even planning to do so. I guess he was saying it hypothetically to test your friendship with me. Things are building up inside my head, so maybe I might make a video about this after all. But it's not going to be about you and Cinny, but a much bigger issue with the internet has... What? but a much bigger issue the internet has for a long time now. Birdie and Cinny are critical symptoms, and you are just a mere distraction. And one more thing, since Cinny is no longer with you, and you take back your video on her, I would like you to give me $100 in her place. It was a joke, but after the mental turmoil I suffered during and after the video's production, I would like you to do that. It is the least you could do for me now. I'll still be in contact with you, but mostly for personal and business reasons, mainly regarding to editor stuff. Oh, and do me a favor. Oof, that was nice. Oh, and please do me a favor. Please do not be in contact with Blank anymore, and don't even bother telling her why. For her sake, man. Don't worry about me. I have a new client and he pays good. Until then, see you later. Please actually read what I said or use a text-to-speech program like Speak On Ear to listen to this entire message again and again to make sure you understand the gravity of what you did. Based Lorenzo. Awesome stuff.
He's just kind of just running his pockets, dude. This is so funny.
Actually, there's a secret third draft where I interview Birdie's parent.
Dude, this is fucked up.
I'm so glad they didn't want the ashes to go to an abusive household.
He asked for an extra $100 after I started getting cancelled for the Cine drama. I just gave it to him, but apparently, from what I have been told, he started going around telling people that I underpaid him, even though I always paid him what we agreed upon.
I mean, you have underpaid him for, like, what the actual, like, amount is. Again, I understand you can't blame JR too much with this, right? Because Lorenzo did agree to it, but also it is quite manipulative because of the exchange rate.
Yeah, what I'll say is, like, there's probably, like, other cases you could probably find of JAR. Like, okay, there was, like, this risky ant thing, like, a while ago, right? Where if you, yeah, not a given ant. No, it's unironically, a different ant. But it's, like, for the scamming editor claim, I've been hearing this for, like, a while now.
Okay.
But, like, Lorenzo, I can't really say that for Lorenzo, because it's, like, if you have, like, you know, a price that you agree on and you both consent to it and then you follow through with it, that's not scamming, that's agreeing with, like, the business offer that's there. But, like, the reason why I'll actually give some credence to Risky at is because the guy agreed with JAR that it was going to be 50 USD. And for some reason, it could have been a miscommunication, but JAR kind of, like, switched it to 50 AUD, which is pretty much like if you don't know, that's like Australian dollars. So that lowers it down to pretty much 35 USD because AUD is less than USD.
Yeah, of course.
So it's like, yeah, so he pretty much like was about to like only pay him like $35, and like I guess like
what? Wait, so,
yeah,
so just so I'm understanding this right, he sent it, like, I'm assuming through PayPal in the currency of Australian dollars.
To be clear, it was like $35 he sent in USD. You can actually do that though in a different currency of AUD. He thought the agreement was 50 AUD.
Why would it be
like
AUD?
for some reason
That's
why
not
it
even his
changed.
currency.
I don't fucking know why he thought it changed throughout the process. I know, to be fair though, Risky Ant did live in Australia, so that's probably where like the miscommunication came into his brain. But like that would be like I think like a stronger case in my opinion for like a scam, because it's like you agreed on 50 USD and you paid the guy like 50 AUD, and then you got mad that like he like blocked you, and then like he made like a public spectacle on it on Twitter, basically just like say he pretty much called him out on Twitter for it. It's like, dog, what are you doing, JAR? What the fuck are you doing?
That's
but
funny.
yeah, this was like a year ago or something like that.
Hang on.
But
I have noticed we have 49 people in the stream and only 20 likes. Guys.
Oh,
like
you
and
shiller.
subscribe. Oh yeah, like you've never done the same thing. I'm learning
No, I
the
don't.
ways. I learned from the worst, you know.
Wow.
Money, he could have always asked for it. Now, Kumo claiming that he uploaded my draft of the video to stop me is the biggest load of bullshit I've ever heard in my life. As far as I'm aware, that has never worked in the history of YouTube, and it doesn't make any sense. Uploading someone else's video onto your channel before they have a chance to upload it themselves doesn't stop them from uploading it. In my last response
didn't
video,
stop you
I
either.
asked
It was
to fuck you
show
over.
me examples
Yeah.
of
It was
where
to
this
fuck
has
you over,
ever
no
worked,
shit.
and no one has
Like-
provided one single example. Personally speaking, I've never even heard of something like this happening before. I do not believe Kumo has any interest in protecting me or the truth. He was trying to convince me
Yeah.
that my end goal was to
Actually, I have a question for you because I noticed this earlier into this video. He brings up to, I believe, Cine about like, oh, Chud Logic's gonna be reacting to my video, haha. And at no point do we ever get any implication like of Jar basically saying to Chud Logic that, hey, this isn't the complete version of my video. Please don't watch this on stream. I can send you like this is, or like please state this beforehand, right? There's nothing of that. So, thoughts? Because I think that's weird.
Okay. If I'm gonna be really, really good faith and play devil's advocate, you see, I'm putting on my devil's advocate hat on right now, right? The little cap. You see, he's talking directly to Cine.
Yeah.
There's a good chance that he was like just trying to be civil with Cine, I would say, because like it's literally like, you know, pro her at this point. If he thought that like she was lying or in the wrong, that would be like an awkward conversation to have in DMs, like right then and there. I think personally, if he was like making a third version, so it's
Right.
possible he wouldn't mention, oh yeah, by the way, I'm making a whole fucking different script. You suck, bitch.
Yeah.
like,
But also, we don't see those
It'd
in
be
the DMs
funny.
that Chud puts out. I don't think there are. I'm from my memory, there's no mention of that in Chud's DMs with just the robot. And Jar would have those.
Chud and Jar's DMs never really leaked, to be fair.
Interesting.
It was like one thing that really like showed was like Jar coming to Chud to ask if he could like watch his video. They didn't really have much of a conversation. I do agree, if he was making a third script, he could have asked, but I'm gonna be really blunt. There's nothing Jar could have done that would have stopped Chud from watching it, even if it was only just Kuma that uploaded it.
But also, it would have if I was in Jar's shoes and that is what would have happened, right? If what like Jar is saying is true, I would have been like, hey, just letting you know, this is just my video editing process for this. You know, I got a third video that is the correct way of like how I want to handle this situation, but we don't see that, or that's never stated.
Yeah.
Well, and Jar would have had an opportunity in this video to show DMs with Chud Logic.
Well, because I just don't think like they've had that conversation. I don't think you've ever mentioned like, you know, because to be honest, he hasn't really talked about like the multi-scripts thing. Like it was literally kind of like insane for everybody. Like when we found out that he had a previous recording of him actually going even harder on Cine before and prior to this.
Yeah.
So like I don't even think like that was ever like public knowledge. Like obviously, right? He definitely like there is some truth to his like, you know, things that he says, because obviously there if he was fully lying, right, there would be no first draft video.
Right.
Like that just wouldn't exist. So it's like we could at least assume that like it was during a research process and he definitely made changes from the first to the second one, no shit. But whether he was actually going to make changes to the third one is still up in the air.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very interesting how he characterizes like, you know, Birdie compared to Cine in the interview. He characterizes it like Birdie was gonna like I'm gonna have my video ready just in case if Birdie tries to control the narrative, or like, you know, he hasn't even like reached out to them or anything like that, which he has like a lot more of a cynical outlook on Birdie.
Yeah.
Which I mean, yeah, Birdie fucking sucks, sure, but like it feels like you're giving an insane amount of good faith to the person that literally in that same call tells you that they were more concerned about, you know, Birdie leaving than like the kid they groomed.
Yeah.
Like you're giving more good faith to that bitch than Birdie like at all. You haven't really like you've reached out but never had a conversation. To be blunt, I don't think he was ever going to get a conversation. Never really did any proper research on like, you know, that whole side of it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like I don't know. This is also like I get like anti-Birdie people, but even in that video, Sydney was saying some really fucking weird shit in like the call with Birdie. Like I was just looking for something familiar in context of sexting a 14-year-old.
Bruh.
I don't know. Like there's definitely some things that should have raised some flags.
Oh, yeah,
So I don't know.
exactly.
I don't know if he actually was going to make a whole different draft. I do believe he was going to run it through Dreadlock. I do
Oh, yeah.
believe that at least.
Yeah, there's
But-
there's no like doubt on that aspect, but the whole
Yeah.
additional third video, it's I don't know.
Yeah.
It
I
hurts
just-
my head when it hurts my head whenever I try and think about it for too long, because like you have to work. You have to try and like put yourself in the shoes of someone who doesn't think logically if we're gonna be good faith with them.
Yeah.
But let's keep going.
It is weird that he hasn't like mentioned it before, though. I
Yeah,
will say,
yeah.
like, this is kind of like the first time he's ever mentioned potentially like remaking the video.
He could have done this like way before. Like he
You know,
could
the
have even
first response.
You know, yeah, the first response. But like, and then again, like I can understand maybe he would have been like, okay, this is my plan. Again, I don't like have these like evidence with it, and then he could have, you know, put out the Cool with Vincent Skullman at a later date. You know, I don't know. It's tricky.
Rape her.
Like, I knew how this
Okay.
guy was. I warned you how he was. I told you what position you were in, and I was very conscious and scared on your behalf because of what position you're in. Jar could have raped you, and that's probably what he was trying to, like, that was probably his dream, his
This
end
is
goal.
insane.
In my humble opinion, it's far more likely that Kumo did what he did to keep me from reaching out to Jack and Enno to get their sides of the story. Or maybe he looked at this draft of the video and thought, wow, this is terrible, I better upload it in case Jar changes his mind about doing so himself. I'm pretty sure that if I didn't upload what I had, Kumo would have told people that I didn't upload it because I saw the backlash underneath his video. And if I claimed that this was just an early draft of the video, people would have sauld that I was lying. You can
What? Wait, but that means
Yeah.
you would have had to have prior knowledge that your video script was bad. Or like that draft was bad before it came out to have like that. I don't know. It hurts my brain. It hurts my brain. Like, also, I want to say this. Nobody who was covering the situation believed anything that Kumo was saying in regards to like Jar's gonna rape Cine, right? No one was thinking that. Like, that's insane. No one was thinking that.
No, kidding. Sorry.
You cut out, so you're fine.
Yeah, I didn't say anything. Haha.
Good.
even hear in the last voice message I sent to Cinny that my confidence was pretty much all gone, and that I was getting cold
Oh, you
feet
said
about
this is
this entire
defense?
situation.
Listen, Cinny, I can't promise this will fix everything for you, or even anything for you. I don't want you to feel like you have a false sense of hope. I'll do what I can, but that's it. I helped
See,
Peaches out, but the
that tells me-
allegations on
Yeah.
That tells me that there's no bias in this man's eyes, okay? That tells you that if he was going to do this third video, there was going to be no bias clouding his judgment at all, you know?
Yeah, definitely no bias. Definitely none. Also, his voice here, bro, it's just like, I'm sorry, Cine-chan. I can't be the hero that you want me to be. I'm so sorry, but I'll try. I'll try and
It's
do
really-
everything I can.
It's really hard to sweep for a groomer these days. I don't know.
It's not like the way it used to be. It's not 2018 anymore.
you are
Yeah.
much more rough, but I'm gonna do what I can to help because I know this shit is and will
Don't try to
leak into
tell-
your real life.
This is part of the reason as to why I freaked out so much in the DMs with Cinny and Goblin Girl after I saw that Kumo uploaded the video himself. My thought process wasn't, oh no, Kumo uploaded the video before
Haha, I'm scared. Okay, we've seen
or
these
I
already.
did. I wanted to do that first.
Yeah.
I think Goblin did. Pissed off, and I will find out who did it. Wait, didn't get a chance to give you the times. Do you remember what I asked? Tell me you please did. Oh my god, please. I think we've known about that part. I don't know what part they were tweaking out about.
It's over.
My thought process was, oh no, everybody is going to believe that this is my final draft of the video. Now, if you don't believe me, that I wouldn't have
Not really
uploaded
conveyed
this
there.
video if Kumo didn't do what he did. Why is it that the first time I ever receive massive backlash is the same time a draft of my video is
Sure,
leaked?
buddy.
If you
Yeah,
think it's
buddy.
just a coincidence, then start.
Jar has never received major backlash, guys. Never before. Never in his entire
Yeah.
career. No
See,
other
that's something I will
situations-
give you.
Not even the situations he listed on screen.
See, something I will give to your point earlier, like if he's like venting about it, he says like, you know, this is what I was really worried about, but like there's not really a DM of going like, oh god, everyone's gonna think that this is the video. Fuck, dude. Like,
Yeah.
it's not even done. He leaked it before it was done. That little fucking fat. But yeah, no, he just doesn't.
He doesn't even
Doesn't
do it
really
in the
do that.
description. I don't think, from my memory, he doesn't do that in the description of the video when he uploads it to his channel. He doesn't edit it, the description, to say, guys, Kumo, this little fucking rat. He leaked my video draft. This isn't meant to be the full video, but because this guy's a cunt, I'm gonna put this on my channel so I can get some monetization or some crap. He could have said anything like that, and it would have been more believable than this.
Yeah.
Stars aligned. That's quite a coincidence. I can already hear what the live streamers reacting to this video are saying.
Gulp.
Jar, you're just using this as an excuse. Then
You
why give
are.
me that excuse? Let me upload the video myself before you leak
What an
it,
interesting
and
straw
then
man.
bash me for
Yeah.
it. I was bashed when I went against the grain in both the Toby and the Princess Elizabeth drama, so I wanted to be careful this time and make draft after draft until the video was perfect. That being said, I shouldn't have made the draft of that video in the first place. A topic this serious, even if I was trying to be careful, is something I should have never gotten involved in. And it's something I should have taken much more seriously. But
Yeah.
even after I panic uploaded that draft, in less than 24 hours I took it down because I realized my mistake of uploading it in the first place.
What? Wouldn't have changed anything, dude. This video's still out on Kumo's channel.
I did
At
not
least at
double
the
down,
time.
but I'm still receiving backlash for
Yeah, that
it
guy's
to
dead.
this day. Why
Yeah.
would I tell Vincent that I was going back and forth on things, and that she deserved the backlash if this was supposed to be my final draft of the video? Why would I lie to Vincent? I had nothing to gain or to protect myself from. I just really wanted to finish up this draft so I could use it as a reference, and of course see what I could salvage. That's part of the reason as to why I told my editor Lorenzo to stop adding edits to the call I had with Cinny. When you're working on a heavily edited video, you don't really see how good or bad it is until it's all in front of you. Do you guys really think I looked at this draft of the video and thought to myself, yeah, this is perfect, I should really just upload it as it is?
Yeah? Yeah, I do think that. Because that's what you did. Even if pressured, you still did it. You still uploaded the video, buddy. Like, fuck it out.
Cool stuff.
Like, he didn't make any sort of defense. Like, he could have immediately been like, guys, Kubo's released by video, this little rat. And, like, even if people were, like, being bad faith, right? If we're going under the impression that Jar is being truthful here, right? Like, not everyone was going to be bad faith. And also, he could have proved them wrong by just releasing the third video, if there was one, like, after the fact. But he never ended up doing that. It's again, like maybe I'm like thinking this guy, I don't know. Also, this is just a robot we're talking about. I don't think he would have thought about it that fucking deeply.
Here are my current thoughts
Never
on
know.
Sunny. She didn't just speak inappropriately to a minor. She directly got them to engage with her fetish. She was 20 when she did this. She was at an age where she should have known better. I think she wanted to corrupt a minor in the same way she was corrupted when she was 14. She has also done many other inappropriate
Yeah?
things with other minors as well. She more than likely would have kept doing stuff like this for years. I still, however, do not believe she had any interest in kids. I do not think Cindy hurts children out of any form of desire for them or interest in hurting them. I don't think she would have ever asked for nudes of a minor, or to send nudes of herself to a minor. But the fact is, she hurt children. Even if it wasn't out of any form of maliciousness, she still did it. She groomed a minor not to get with them romantically, but to get them to draw art of her fetish, and to get them to read out a comic of her fetish, which is something I didn't know about until later on. I don't think it's right for people to call her a pedo, but she's certainly predatory. As for the allegations of me rizzing up a pedo,
Okay, but but again, right? This also doesn't help Jar at this point in the timeline because this is just the common consensus. This is the popular like thought process when it comes to that. Like Jar
Wait.
is now doing here what he has done at the end of every other drama. What's up?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think he's winning.
Yeah,
He's winning me over. Jar, come home.
just the robot vindicated.
Yeah, man. Like this, he knew this the whole time, dude.
Oh no!
All right.
He's like,
I
I
just-
knew it all along, and I just didn't want to tell anyone. I wanted everyone to like think that they were way smarter than me. I was helping the community, okay, by giving them content to react to.
I was testing the waters. I knew if I fucked up, it would put mainline commentary on the scope of Cindy Bear, which gave more attention of her.
Yeah.
And now you guys have been talking about her for a year. You're welcome. No need to thank me. Okay, so like, fuck me.
Fucking like Lex Luthor, fucking hell.
This is also false.
Why?
Sunny herself
Why?
said she didn't think I was trying to make a pass at her.
I didn't think it was at the time. At the time, I thought it was just being like weird. I didn't think it was like an actual pass. Like, I was assuming that he was like,
You're smarter than you're letting on.
because I just thought it was strange to say, because it's just not something you say.
Because you thought it was a flirt.
Not really. It's just.
Well, then why would it be
I don't know.
strange?
I mean, I don't know. It's just not a thing I hear people say very often.
So what else could it have been?
Just him being autistic. I don't fucking know.
Dude,
So
Kubo
I
always
was
comes off so
hitting on her.
jealous, bro.
Yeah, he was
It's
so like
touched.
trying to like guide them into saying that like yeah, just a robot was trying to touch me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's leading questions. Yeah, that she claims that he hates, but like, yes, a person could say something weird without it having like any intention of being a flirt, dude. Like, there's
yeah. Again, with the
I don't know,
Cindy Bear stuff, like, I don't particularly think that Jar was trying to fucking rizz up Cindy Bear. I don't think he was cheating on his partner with that. I think it was very fucking weird, and also in the context of him like talking to this person and making like a video talking about them, it was very like, it was not professional. Along with having a sleepy time call with someone who is being accused of being a predator, a groomer, a pedophile, you know, all these things, like, what? Why?
yeah. Honestly, though, it's like my favorite part of like Kubo having an issue with it. It's like Jar and Cindy will have conversations with each other. They're clearly both not bothered or weirded out by it, but like Kubo just seems like the meme where it's like, is there someone else that you forgot to ask? it's
It's a southern thing, okay? It's a southern thing.
Did you ask me if it was okay to talk to him, Cindy? Or did you?
No king, no king.
She doesn't think I was hitting on her, and neither does my girlfriend. All three of the people who matter most on whether this was rizzing or not seem to be in agreement with one another. People have told me that they're willing to look past the chicken joke or the pussycat joke, but they have a hard time believing that the sleepy time calls were not romantic in nature. The thing is, though, this only happened once or twice.
'Cause they
and
usually
only
are.
lasted a couple of minutes. She herself confirmed that we did not goon, and that we mostly talked about Star Wars.
Did you guys get
God.
together at all?
Yeah.
No, what the fuck?
He didn't make it like in your phone calls with him. He doesn't do anything freaky.
No, he mostly just talked about fucking like Star Wars and shit. And I mostly just talked about my cat. Like,
I do not hit on women by telling them.
Wait, she talked about her pussy? Oh! Oh! I think Kuma was
Yikes.
right.
About Star Wars lore. Even I have more riz than that.
Yeah?
I have enough social awareness to know that
Proof?
if you're going to try to get into a woman's pants, you don't tell her about the 2-hour-long Disney Plus Star Wars show review you're working on. The
Yeah?
thought of getting with her, gooning with her, getting her to draw porn of me, or meeting up with her in real life never crossed my mind. I have done quote-unquote sleepy time calls with other people, and yes, that does
Oh,
include
no.
my girlfriend. The problem is, she has an early morning shift, and she normally passes out long before I do. But here's 3 people, aside from my girlfriend, that I have also done sleepy time calls with.
Have I ever fell
Who the
asleep
fuck?
on
Yes.
the phone while talking to you?
Yes.
Out of all the time you've done
Another
this
woman?
once, have I ever made
Dude, Ja, I don't care who you have a sleepy time call with, okay? Just don't do it with a person being accused of being a predator. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
it a pass or an
Yikes.
advance or anything like that towards you?
No.
Have I ever done a quote-unquote sleepy time call with you where I fall asleep while chatting with you?
Yes, you have. I wanted
Wait
to
a
confirm
minute.
if that was true or not.
Hi, buddy. Hi, Vincent. Hi. You still
Dude,
running, buddy?
You know how bad it looks that like right after like he makes a defense video and runs like Jar. It feels like Jar did him dirty. It's like, by the way,
Yeah.
I have sleep time calls with this guy.
I think even Fauci asked him, like, are you friends with Jar? He's like, well, no, but I think he did nothing really very much wrong, you know? I'm pretty sure that was
Yeah.
something along those lines. But he's just like, now, Jar, make sure to be tucked into bed, okay? I'll blow out the candles and put you to sleep. Don't you worry, just a robot. Don't you worry.
I think
No.
it's pretty
Yes.
obvious you do that. It's weird, but I can understand. I think I suggested ASMR for you.
Yeah.
Vincent basically just like, please stay the fuck away from me. Stop
Is he
trying to fall
touched?
asleep and go with me, bro.
But
So, via quiz.
Oh, fuck.
I want to
No.
ask you something.
Um,
You're a male, right?
Who is this guy?
Yes.
Do you think I have any romantic interest or attraction to you?
No.
Okay, have I fallen asleep on calls with you?
Yeah.
Definitely more than once.
Yeah.
And you never thought it was a romantic or
He's
sexual
got like a
thing?
red dot sight on his head. Can you see
No.
that?
And it usually just lasts a
Yeah.
couple of minutes. We talk about random shit as I'm laying in bed, and then I say, all right, man, I think I'm going to pass out now. And then you say bye. I stop the call, and then maybe I'll hit you up again, but usually I fall asleep, right?
Yeah.
Okay, are you positive? I'm not just like
One-worded
leading you on
answers.
Yeah.
with these responses.
Please leave me alone, bro.
Yes.
In my last response, I told you guys I couldn't explain why I do sleepy time calls. That was a lie. The true reason why I do sleepy time calls is quite embarrassing. Throughout the day, I distract
Why
myself
would
from
you
my
lie?
thoughts, whether that's playing video games, going to work, hanging out with friends, or even going for a walk. But when it's time for sleep, I have nothing to distract myself with. And all of those bad thoughts quickly surface all at the same time.
Watch
I can't
YouTube
look at my
videos.
phone or the screen will wake me up. And I think about things that make me angry and things that make me anxious. The
Listen to
quote-unquote
pedo
sleepy time
ASMR.
calls
Yeah.
are a good way for me to distract myself from these intrusive thoughts.
Remind
I
him
do
of
this with a
Sydney.
lot of people because, well, it seems like a weird thing to do. I did this with my roommate a few times, but he was off on a business trip. I really didn't want this getting out there, but now it's out there, so I can do all the sleepy time calls I want to do with people now. I
Yeah.
knew for a fact that people would find it weird, but I really don't see a problem with it. All it is me laying in bed talking to someone about some random topic as I slowly pass out, and then I hang up. I think people are overreacting to this a little bit too much, especially
Again, it's not the problem that you're having a fucking sleepy time call. It's who you're having it with. Like, that's why people had an issue with it.
when they put a romantic spin on it. However, I still shouldn't have done this with someone I was looking into with a topic this serious.
Yeah?
It won't happen again. If Kumo truly did believe that I had romantic
I will
interest
not
in
be
Cindy,
sleeping
he could have set
with
me
child
up, get
groomers
me
ever
to,
again.
quote-unquote, confess my love to
Sorry,
her,
guys.
and then I would have no way of backing out of it. I think he didn't do this because he knew I would say, sorry, I'm not into you like that. Here's what I think happened. Kumo might have had a thing for Cindy. Not saying it was a romantic thing, but him calling her sweetheart was definitely an odd
It was
thing.
a southern thing. It was a southern thing, okay?
Yeah,
Interesting.
you allegedly apparently
for
didn't
him
even
to
grow
do.
up in the
He
South.
realized he
Yeah.
was in over his head trying to defend Cindy. I don't believe he was saying she was
Yes,
totally innocent,
queen.
just less
Yes.
guilty like I was. And once he got his hands on my video, he knew he could use me as the fall guy. He released it so I wouldn't have a chance to remake it or reach out to Jack and Enno. He then got Cindy to send him her DMs with me. Then he proceeded to release it to everyone without my or her permission first. When I was asked for my DMs with Cindy, the first thing I said was, let me ask her for permission first. When I realized she sent them to Kumo,
Why?
it absolutely shocked me and caught me off guard. The original accusation that I was simping for Cindy originally came from Kumo, and according to him, he did it to stop me from raping Cindy. Kumo and Goblin Girl did what
No
they
one
did to get the
believes
hate
it,
off of
bro.
themselves, but it didn't work. Kumo, Goblin Girl,
Sigh.
Cindy, and Jack are now all gone. I was very stupid with how I handled this situation. But out of everything in this drama around me, people saying that I cheated on my girlfriend hurts the most of all. So, mind if I
Okay.
ask you, do you think I'm the type
I
of
have no
person
idea who
would
this
cheat
is,
on my
bro.
girlfriend?
No clue.
No, I think anybody with a functional brain can tell you're quite the opposite. You get very worried about upsetting her, even like the tiniest amount. There's no way in hell you would ever cheat on her. That's obvious to anybody who's spoken to you for even a couple of minutes. Having known you for months, in my experience, I can say no.
Listen to my voice. Listen to the way I talk. Do I really sound like the kind of guy who just sleeps around with women all the time?
I mean, you
no,
did.
of course not.
In terms of
Obviously,
sleepy
I'm
time
the type
calls.
of guy who is so happy when a woman gives
Yeah.
me the chance that I won't try anything to mess it up. My girlfriend is absolutely wonderful. She is amazing, and I'm so happy that she can love me despite my flaws. I never thought I would meet a woman like that. It's not okay for you guys to make statements about me cheating on my girlfriend with such flimsy evidence, or for a handful of you to try to gaslight her into thinking I cheated on her. I've been cheated on before. It's not a fun thing to go through, and I would never put someone else through that same pain. As for me claiming that Cindy's avatar, along with the avatars of other people, are attractive, yeah, of course they are. They're artistically pleasing to look at. If someone has an attractive avatar, that does not mean I want
Yeah,
to get
duh.
with them. That is absolutely ridiculous and silly. I can't even believe I'm having this conversation right now. This is such a weird and bizarre thing for people to focus in on. I've never even heard of someone else dealing with something like this. I never
Because
asked
no one
nor
said
looked
that.
for an image of what Cindy looked like in real life. Now I've seen what she looks like in real life, and I'm
That
gonna
is
be
an
honest
awful
here,
picture.
I'm not interested. The idea that I
I'm
saw
not
her
interested.
avatar, fell in love
Dude.
with her, and then
Finally
decided to
just not
protect
kidding.
her so she would get with me so I could do things to her unconsensually is an absolutely ridiculous and stupid idea. After everything happened with the Cindy drama, a bunch of people came out of the woodworks, and Gish galloped by hitting me with as many allegations as they could, most famously of which are the allegations from Chaco. Chaco made the claim that she had a perfect memory from a thing that happened over 4 years ago. Gotta admit, that's pretty impressive. I struggle to remember a call I had with Vincent Skullman just a couple of weeks ago. Unsurprisingly, this call was unrecorded. She made the claim that I asked her to draw my avatar, raping J Animation's avatar. I do consider this to be a strange claim, especially when we consider the fact that I've never requested rape porn of my character before or after this. Chaco did show evidence that I got her to draw Jade Animations lifting up her shirt
That's
when she was
hot.
17 and a half. I do not know how you go from requesting rape porn
what
to
he said,
ending up
bro.
with a picture that could fit in a thumbnail.
It's over.
Also, his like argument, oh yeah, I was just gonna use it in a thumbnail. It's such an idiotic idea, right? Because the idea was just it was some sort of video talking about like, is it okay to make NSFW content of like creators, right? And Jaden has made it very publicly known that they don't want NSFW art made of them. It like explicitly they hate it, right? And then you have Jar here going like, hey, can you make NSFW art for me for containing Jaden animations for my thumbnail on whether or not you should make lewd art of different creators? It's so stupid. It's so moronic.
I think it's just clickbait. Jar one.
He was gooning to this later. I mean, in the DMs he does say it's hot, so.
This for a thumbnail about Jaden porn, but I decided not to because I thought it would be in bad taste.
Yeah?
Some people have pointed out I said you drew porn of her for me as a way to claim that I lied. The thing is, though, this was for a thumbnail about Jaden Animations porn, so of course it's going to be pornographic in nature. She told me that she was 17 at the time when she drew it, and I just didn't know how to react. This was the day before Christmas, so the next day I spent time with my family and kind of forgot about it. I didn't know Chaco's age at the time, and I should have asked for it. After Chaco released her doc on me, she blocked me, and I do not know why. She was always the one trying to talk to me for years, and I always gave her short responses. Sometimes they were as short as one word. I went over this in my last response, and a few people have been making the claim that I said everything in her document was true. I never said that in my last response. Every time I've asked someone for an example of this, they either went back and watched it, realized they were wrong, and apologized, or they would just call me a liar and not even bother to check. I guess this is one of those famous examples of me quote-unquote self-reporting. The idea that I just really wanted...
I mean, listen, I don't really care too much about the chocolate stuff, like, in terms of everything that's been going on with Jar. Like, I think it's one of the weakest things against him. Should he have asked for the minor's age beforehand? Sure. But, like, again, like, I don't really care as much and compared to everything else.
Yeah, it's like, it's purely he said, she said. There's nothing we could really, like, run with anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
Because, like, because I don't know, like, you tell him that you were 17, like, a year ago, and it's like, well, it's already done and over. Like, I don't... What's he supposed to do? Turn back time and be like, whoopsie, I don't do this. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. He could have reacted to it better, I guess. Maybe. Cool. Is there anything else to talk about with it? I don't know. Like, it's just recklessness at best.
Yeah, exactly.
I
think it's...
yeah.
There's nothing ready for me to say about it here, so...
rape porn then and there and couldn't wait for her to turn 18.
Nice
and
resume.
proceeded to never do it again. She went on to not talk to anyone about this, and then proceeded to constantly try to get into contact with me. All just seems a bit ridiculous. This story does not add up at all. Something I did not go over in my last response is my whole interaction with a 16-year-old girl at the pool. I didn't think I needed to go over this originally, but a lot of people have been commenting about it. Some people, like Chuuli, have even made the claim that I got got an erection from seeing the 16-year-old girl at the pool.
Chuuli!
One thing I feel isn't brought up enough, and something Jar hasn't responded to, is how he admitted to not being able to go to public pools because underage 16-year-old girls might show up, and he won't be able to stop himself from leering at and daydreaming about them, causing himself to get an erection.
That's what they say happened. Now let's listen to what I actually said.
Like, can I tell you the worst part about being a guy? I'm at the pool, just relaxing. 16-year-old girl shows up in her bikini. I realize I have to get the fuck out of there right now because, like, I'm not going to be paying attention. I'm going to daydream. I'm going to look in her general direction, and then suddenly a situation is going to happen. So I...
What do you mean? That's an awful wording, dude. Okay, I can understand why everyone was getting, like, I understand where people are coming from this, right? Because you're saying that you looked at a 16-year-old in a bikini, and then because of you looking at them, then you're going to start daydreaming, and I guess fantasizing would be the implication there, then you're going to get an erection. That's fucking weird, dude. That's fucking weird. Why would you say that?
I gotta get out of there. A situation might happen. Like,
Bro,
I don't know.
it's weird.
I will admit, Chuli's wording is a little bit rough.
Yeah.
Like it's a little bit, but like I can understand why someone would come to that conclusion.
Yeah.
But it's a little much. But one thing I just don't understand, right? It's like it seems like Jar is very hyper fixated on like Chuuli. It feels like I feel like he keeps such a close eye on her. Like even like with the whole GoFundMe shit, like even on Twitter, he like vague posts about it, being like, "Isn't it weird to like ask for like 20K out of the blue or some shit like that?"
It's like, dude, fuck off, man. Like you don't understand. Like, like again, like I'm not hearing this from the guy. I mean, I even replied to it, right? Like I didn't know he was vague posting about the Chuuli thing, right? I thought he was like backpedaling with the birdie stuff, right?
Yeah,
but,
that's
like,
what I thought at first too.
Yeah, I'm not gonna hear this from the guy who promoted Birdie's GoFundMe in the first draft of that video. Like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Also, thank you BoogieFan101 for the $2. Jonathan J, Booty Giggles, Anthony the Third. Okay.
Nice one.
Thank you. Nice.
I realize, like, whenever I see a 16-year-old girl in a bikini while I'm at the pool, I'm like, whoop, time to go home.
I never implied that I got an erection or any other form of arousal. If you get a boner in the pool, the last thing you should do is get out of the water. For obvious reasons. I think all the men in my audience already know the answer to this. The story about me and the 16-year-old was something I just made up to give Cindy an example that it's harder for guys to deal with allegations like this. And with how people are reacting to this made-up story of mine, it kind of proves my point. But if you don't want to believe me that it's made up, alright then, how did I know she was 16? What, did you think I went up to her and got her ID? How old was I when this happened?
Well, obviously the implication here is it's a problem because they're 16 years old. You specified the age because that is the problem in this situation, along with the fact that you're looking at people and getting an erection.
Yeah.
Like you're highlighting the age because as the negative fact, like additional negative factor in this made-up situation. Like, clearly you're an adult in this. You can kind of gather from the context clues of it. But anyway.
All you guys know I could have been 17, 16, or even 12. In my hypothetical story, I said I didn't want to get accused of being a creep. A lot of people have twisted this story into me saying that I couldn't control my urges. I never said it's very weird that people's minds are going there. If this was the case, I would never admit to something like this. When I brought up daydreaming, I wasn't talking about daydreaming about the girl, I was talking about daydreaming in general. I zone out sometimes and just stare off into the distance. Sometimes it does freak people out.
Wait, so... But then why would you need to leave? In this hypothetical situation?
Because he's saying, like, you know, he could just be chilling at the pool, randomly daydreaming, right? And just kind of, like, you know, lock into a stare. But then accidentally, like, the daydreaming could, like, align in the same direction of where the 16-year-old is, and he doesn't even realize it. And it looks like he's just staring down a 16-year-old like a creep. Like, that is the hypothetical he's presenting.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like, that is the hypothetical he is presenting to us.
Okay.
It's
awful
like...
at wording, again, for, like, the 19th time when it comes to him.
Yeah, it's like... I don't fucking know why this is... out of all the things he could have said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Cool
Jar
stuff,
has
dude.
Jar has some amazing stories, like him and the black woman he went on a date with. It's awesome stuff.
Yeah. Okay, one thing I will say about this though
Mhm.
is he really cares about like what one like comments say. I don't think the mass majority of people thought that this was a real story and he admitted to like a real thing that happened in real life.
Right.
Like everyone knew that this was a hypothetical and everyone that's like talked about it was just like mocking him for his wording. It wasn't like he just admitted to getting off to 16-year-olds at the pool. Like no like it's not the common consensus is not thinking that, bro.
It's just really
But,
weird to say
yeah.
in general.
Yeah, that's why it's fun.
believe
It's exactly why the other thing, like, which I know he doesn't mention in this one, is like why everyone also made fun of him for like the 14-year-old, like being allegedly like a sting operation in his mind just because they said Hopi, and he freaked out, like because he thought like a 14-year-old was putting a sting on him, and he was like, "Oh, I gotta get out of here! Oh, what the fuck?" It's just
Crashes through
really
the
funny.
window.
No one sat there and thought, "Oh, he's trying to groom a 14-year-old," but they thought he would get caught. No, they're making fun of him for just like, "Oh wow, look at this fucking idiot."
Yeah.
But yeah,
It's awesome stuff.
cool
Said
stuff
I
you
would
did.
look in their general direction, and they changed that to me leering at them, or that I claimed that I couldn't go to public pools. Any allegation against me would have been made sooner if people were confident that they were true, but people only came out about this stuff when I was less likely to fight back. Not an honorable move, but an effective one.
Also, that argumentation falls flat because a lot of the time victims don't feel confident to come out about experiences. I'm not saying there's victims of just a robot, by the way. I need to make that very fucking clear, right? But when it comes to people coming out about a situation or a story, right, they are more, not common than not, more likely to come out about their own experiences with that said person when other people have already come forward. It's a very common thing. Extremely common, because then they get the confidence to talk about it. It's just extremely common.
It's weird because like specifically, he's kind of being a little vague because like there could be like two different things that I can think of that he's like referring to. If he's referring to the VidCon shit, it wasn't even leaked by the art girlies.
No,
it was
wasn't.
leaked by Kumo.
It was Kumo. Like the most in terms of any form of leaking would be the animation that Ponder did, the story time, where they never made any like specifications that this is Jar. Like the person in the like who's drawn as Jar doesn't even look like him. There would have been no indication that it was Jar.
Yeah, like the thing is like that's really weird about it is because it's like that it's really funny to realize that whole shit leaked essentially like through him anyways because like he told Lio and Lio told Kumo and then Kumo went on Shut In Himpleton's about it, right? Like there was no art girly involvement for that. It's not like they like sat there and waited. So it's like it's either he's trying to refer to that or he's trying to refer to Mally like dropping the call, which it's like I don't really think like I don't really think it's that crazy.
It was known by then.
Yeah, people knew about this call, I would say, because like I'm pretty sure they referred to it at this point. Like they referred to having this call. I'm pretty sure even like with some of the VidCon shit that got leaked, it was being referred to as well. So it's like I don't know. It was just more context onto that, I would say.
I mean, the only thing I remember about the call is that like Lin Lin getting annoyed that they didn't get access to the call earlier.
Mogged.
Which is fair enough, but like I understand why it was kept, you know, private up until now, but whatever. Almost done.
People are right about a few things when it comes to me. I overshare, and that's the last thing you want to do when people are bashing on you. I'm an absolute pussy in live debates, and I fold way too fast. I've also said stupid things that made me look
in 1 minute with Valky.
worse than I really am. Like when I said that revenge sometimes feels like it's the only thing that keeps me going, when it actually isn't. Let's ask someone I quote-unquote tried to get revenge on for 7 years. Lulu, the person in the video about my past. Hello, Lulu Bell, or Lulu as I know you. We were in a drama around the Princess Elizabeth drama 10 years ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so one question I have for you is when I finally made my video, quote-unquote, getting revenge, and I talked about what you guys did to me, and we finally got into contact, did I yell at you, scream at you, or try to spread false information about you?
No, I don't think so. I don't remember any false information stuff.
Okay, well, the problem is people keep saying I'm a guy who wants to get revenge on everyone, like an eye for an eye kind of thing, but I really just want to talk about what happened to me, and I just want you to know that I never wanted to do to you what happened to me.
Yeah, no, I get that. I feel like you've already addressed a lot of the stuff that I was uncomfortable with initially. When
I think he's doing this because if you remember the Mally call, he was basically threatening Mally, and he also threatened Linlin with basically like, I've got a much larger subscriber count, like, you know, look back at the drama I had with Doodle Tones. I can only assume that's why he's included this here.
Yeah, well, he has to prove that he's not a vengeful man. He definitely
He
doesn't hold
is.
any grudges or anything.
Yeah, let's use a situation where I wasn't vengeful to disprove the separate situations unrelated to this person here. Yeah, it's good stuff.
stuff was coming out.
Yep.
But we're like really relaxed, and I don't actually see what people mean by the revenge thing, because like I'm probably arguably one of the people you should hate the most.
Like, I did refer to it as revenge because I didn't know what else to call it, but it's more maybe closure or whatever. And me and you have talked things out, and I got closure, and honestly, to me, that's way better outcome than me just hurting you, because me hurting you wouldn't have brought me peace.
Okay, great, but what if you don't get closure?
Yeah.
Like that's the thing that people are pointing out. Like, okay, yeah, obviously most conflict could be ended like within a conversation, and this happened to be, you know, a case where that happened, which, you know, good for you. You two aren't like at each other's throats again.
Yeah,
Cool
exactly.
stuff. But there's also going to be cases, like there are, where people don't like you and you don't like them, and you guys just don't talk it out, and then you're constantly at each other's throats, holding things at each other. Like that's the thing that people are like, you know, like talking about, like where you'll hold like grudges for certain people, which I can't even believe I'm fucking about to say this for like Doodle Tones, but it's like Doodle Tones did fucking nothing to you, bro. Like it was Pokemon drama.
Yeah, it was like a Pokemon tier list, or like it was some crap with like power scaling. It was nothing serious.
Yeah, it was like genuinely, and like how he like phrased it to me when he talked to me about it is that he was like backstabbed by Doodle Tones.
Okay.
And I'm like, what the fuck? Where was the backstab? Like, if anyone backstabbed anybody, right? Like the conversation you had with Doodle Tones before your video was just a very chill, casual talk conversation with Doodle Tones. Like they were talking to their editor essentially. Where I don't know if you saw that call yet, but it was like on like the Jarchive shit that was uploaded. And like this whole conversation, he's checking in on her. She says that she's sick. He's hoping that she gets better. He's like, you know, hoping that she does great. It was like a casual conversation. There was no break apart or anything. They were just chilling, just catching up basically. And then like shortly after, it's like video on Doodle Tones, boom. And it's like,
so what are you
the
doing,
fuck?
Bro?
It's so random and left field.
Also, hi, Fumin.
Yeah, I might have given a link.
Yikes. Why are you awake? Go to bed. Anyway.
Understand that.
The fact of the matter is, I didn't spend years of my life just trying to get revenge or bash someone at the perfect time. I just wanted to talk about what happened to me. Me and Lulu Bell are friends now, and she makes art for me. I'm a forgiving person at heart, and I forgave her for everything. All the hatred I'm receiving isn't fun to deal with, but if I'm going to stay on YouTube, I just have to get used to stuff like this. I understand that I talk funny and say things in a very bizarre way. Don't lie to yourself. When you hear me talk, the only thing you can think of is how I'm an easy target.
Oh, shut up.
You think I don't know? I get it. It's funny to mock someone like me, and it's smart to paint me as much as an awful person as you can, so your hatred for me seems justifiable.
I don't think anyone's mocked his voice. It's the things that come out of his mouth. Like, it's such a quote, man.
Plenty of people couldn't wait for my downfall.
There probably are.
They just lacked a
Well,
reason,
they are, but,
and now they have it. But all of this is a little overblown in my book. Moving forward, I'll be more careful with how I handle situations like this, and of course I'm going to be using a script more often. I'm not just doing this for me, but I'm also doing it for the people I care about. I can't control what everybody is saying about me, but I can control how I act from here on out. I'm going to get back to reviewing movies and shows I really want to talk about. I want to thank everybody who gave their lines for this second response. I hope everybody who has made it to this point of the video has a good day, and in case I don't see ya, good morning, good afternoon, and good night.
Oh, you did not.
Hello, everyone.
Shut the fuck up.
You just got mugged.
Awesome stuff, guys. I think Just the Robot's been vindicated.
This is true. I cried a little bit.
But no,
I shed a tear in my eye.
this video was awful. Like, it doesn't change much of anything. Like, again, I'm not gonna, like, entirely outride the possibility that Jar was planning to make a third video, but he still made a video defending a horrible, disgusting person. Like, no matter how you frame it. Like, why would you go about doing it the way that you did? It doesn't make any sense.
You know, I think this guy can make a comeback.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I think he's got this. Good stuff.
Just he's one response away.
I believe.
One more response, Jar. Just keep revising and hear all the critiques everyone's saying, all the issues, fix it, and just make another response, okay, buddy? All right, just keep continuing that cycle until they say, you know what, this is a good response.
Yeah.
All right, the best response I've ever seen. Great stuff. It's gonna be awesome.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna quickly take a very short break. I'm gonna leave you with my chat. Please don't burn everything down, okay?
I've never had a live stream chat before.
Yeah?
Okay. Hey guys. So, here's the dealio. All right. We gotta talk big business. Okay, this yen person. Tisk tisk. Now, you see, I'm gonna start a secret live stream in a few minutes, and we're all gonna go over there. Okay. This yen the yen person? Yeah. A space? Hell yeah. All right. We're gonna talk about lots of things. We're gonna play fucking Terraria, bro. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome. Awesome stuff. Ace, you taught her well. Yikes. Ace, I want to say a bad word, may I? Well, yeah, go for it, dude. Say all the bad words you like. I don't fucking care. Okay. You see, guys, I'm kind of struck, right? You see, there's a lot of things that I'm kind of like, struck at, right? I don't really know what to do for the next video. Like, it's not that I don't have plans, right? But I have too many options. Okay. To be very blunt with you, I wanted to make a Courtney Pete video next. But now, since Gilded is gay, right? I'm thinking about making a Heat and Mitsuru video. Thoughts? Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what you guys think. Starstruck for Jar? No one said struck. I said stuck. Alright, Kalu. You should fabricate some fake drama with people. No, because the real drama is annoying enough. Alright, Fembro, fuck you. Fuck you, man. Lolly or genocide. Fuck you.
What's this about a secret ace space stream?
No, there's no stream for starting in 5 minutes, guys.
Why,
We're starting in
what?
5. There's nothing.
Hey!
There's nothing. There's not. There's nothing,
What
guys.
the fuck?
There's fucking nothing. All right. There's there's nothing to see here. Ooh.
This is fucked up. Why would you do this?
To like answer you though, Axe, I was considering all the main things of their footprint. If I were to do a video, I'm thinking about it still. I'm thinking about it.
Awesome
It's
stuff.
in my gears, my awesome gears in my head. Yeah.
Cover it up.
Yeah?
Yikes. Yeah.
I
What are you doing, pal?
I had both these
Yeah.
tabs set to 0, 0. I don't know why they've done this to me. This is fucked up.
You know what's weird, guys? There's actually a really interesting audio that Yen does not want you to know about. All right.
What?
This is the audio that you don't want you to know about.
Yeah, guys, the horse cock thing's true, but have you heard about Yen and their fetish?
You're a faggot. I'm not going to be explaining the context for that, by the way.
Yeah, Yen really likes horses for some reason. Don't ask.
Dude.
Hi,
what the
everybody.
fuck? Kill yourself.
An unrelated reason, I have to start to get going right now, Yen.
Yeah?
So, yeah, so...
You running?
No. Just Secret Society starting in 2 minutes, guys. Secret Society starting in two
What
minutes
the
on my stream.
fuck?
I'll be promoting it. All right. Yeah. And I'll see you. Have a nice stream.
All right.
See ya.
Thanks for being on, buddy. See you in a bit.
Yeah. No worries, pal.
Get out!
Bye.
And that was Ace Space, everyone. He's a cool guy, you know. Hang on, let me change that real quick. Do. Professional streamer, guys. Professional streamer. Awesome. So, is everyone refreshed and ready to go? Because the next thing on our little docket here today is Chuuli's video called Junkie's Never Ending Fuck Ups. Okay? I have seen a little bit of this video. I watched a bit of Fauci covering it. So this is gonna be awesome, okay? I fucking hate Junkie, okay? There are certain things I can't talk about, okay? So I have to be quite careful, basically. Stuff will come out in due time when it comes to the more, like, with certain aspects of this topic. But again, that needs to be looked into properly and done correctly, if that makes sense, okay? It's all I will say when it comes to the Junkie stuff. It is painful, okay? It is horrendous. I'm not happy, okay? I've had to be taking several small breaks when it comes to this research topic. It's not good, okay? That's all I'll say on it. But I feel like I'd be remiss for to not mention that. But again, we're gonna get into this, okay? Now, a brief overview for those who do not know. The Name's Junkie was quite a large channel in the ACC/SEC variety, right? They've been around for a while. They've been I think they got to 40,000 subscribers, which is kind of like the common thing with people who started doing ACC content back in the days of Creepshow Art. And they were in this server called the FCK. Now, what is the FCK? Well, I have a few videos on my channel actually talking about it, so you should check those out. No, I'm just kidding. But you should check those out. The Name's Junkie was in that server. He was aware of the server and all this crap, right? He was also aware of a situation with a creator called Spoctortech, or simply known as Spoctor. And the issue with Spoctor is that he was dating someone when he was 17 years old, and he had their nudes, normal stuff, 100% normal stuff, I promise. And the issue with it was, when he turned 18, he still had these nudes of the minor on a hard drive, which would clearly make it illegal. And some people were aware of this fact, and it was kind of swept to the sidelines in terms of who should have spoken about it when, who should have spoken about it, and we're going to be learning about that in this video, along with a bit more information when it comes to Junkie. So, hi Gokado, and thank you Lio. Yes, I am quite gay. We are staying gay just for this stream. Now, let's see Chuuli's video. Now I'm hoping my OBS is correct. Yes, it is. Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, my pro streamer, guys, pro streamer. Okay. And without further ado, let's get into it.
Hello everyone.
Hi,
So
Chuuli.
despite my desperate wanting to wrap up dunking on the hose that I need to in order to get back to enjoying things on my newer channel, I am once again dealing with the aforementioned hose being added onto my plate. I will get back to working on my Susie video after the next one is done, which is funny because now 3
I think we're
videos have
gonna
pushed back my
speed this up a
upcoming
bit.
Heaton video because degeneracy cannot help but prevail. But for now, it's time to talk about Junkie. Originally, this video wasn't even something I'd thought about
Awesome
making, as I
gameplay.
thought everything to be said and done about Junkie had already been said and done, but as we'll see, that's absolutely not the case. Also,
You're gonna tell them about Mango trying to get a therapy appointment in your DMs? I will. Once I get to this part of the video where it's relevant, Lio. But yeah.
Quick disclaimer, a lot of genuinely unironically evil people are going to be talked about in this video, including groomers and child abusers, and while I'll initially refer to them by their screen names, I'm going to primarily call them by their legal first names because I don't feel like giving people like that anonymity. So, born in April 1997, TheNamesJunkie, whose real first name is Joseph, was a YouTuber who, after bullshitting around on his channel for a while, shifted into the DeviantArt ranter sphere in early 2016 with his friends like Chaos55T. His self-proclaimed goal in the upcoming months and years was apparently to uplift the little guy, as the DeviantArt ranting community was fucking evil and basically like 90% adults bullying the absolute shit out of typically female tween and teen artists, and believe me, I'm being humble with that 90%. My friend Clownteeth, who is a sizable name in the community back in the day as a minor, is working on a video or videos about the community's history and how unfathomably dog shit it was, so do
Awesome
watch those
stuff.
when those come out. So back to Joseph. Admittedly, what he went into the DA ranting space with was a noble effort, though it would have been more noble if he managed to pull through on it. Despite minor public mini-fights with whatever person he was beefing with, which was very frequent, mind you, I'd say he was a relatively inoffensive content creator, especially compared to the genuinely batshit creators he was coming up with. At the time, there was what I can only describe as a deep cleaning of the community as newer creators like Icy Hazard, Junkie, Spocter, Pentagrin, and others came into it with an extremely different mentality and moral compass compared to the older members like the Fandom Menace, Sav Draws, Deviant Cringe, Amy Chan, and Sonic Fan 93, leading all of the old guard being banished to irrelevance. You might have noticed that the listed newer creators were also complete garbage, save for Clown, Icy, who was the only one that didn't commit atrocities against mankind and actually made the effort to mature into the grown adult that she is. TLDR, the newer members seem to have much more diabolical issues with them beyond bullying children or anyone else they thought they could make fun of for a living. Not saying that the old members were good, they weren't, and a ton of children, or else people who just didn't deserve it, genuinely dealt with abject harassment from those creators and their fan bases. Nor was the pattern of diabolical issues entirely unique to the newer creators. Joseph escaped this kind of condemnation for several years, only being the target of really stupid criticisms. Like, I haven't forgot when Simply Dad and Yo-Yo3639 tried to paint him as a bad person for having a video series where he would promote smaller channels deemed to be in the ranter genre, because to them it was him putting himself on a pedestal and giving smaller creators approval, which is the dumbest and most bad faith takeaway I could imagine having from that I can't help but feel it was just total projection. So yeah, I mean it when I say for a long while the biggest critics of Joseph back in the day were total fucking idiots, which sucks, because he actually did suck. This eventually came to light when in 2021, a YouTuber by the name of Heaton Mitsuru openly talked about her experience being lied about and thrown under the bus by Joseph back in 2018 over him giving her permission to use private screenshots that he gave her. Now, yes, we know Heaton very much on this channel, and we hate her. But she's absolutely relevant to this situation, so we have to talk about her. The situation between her and Joseph is so annoying too, because if Joseph wasn't such a complete coward, he could have just explained that he didn't know that Heaton was going to use them in the extremely inflammatory and inappropriate way that she did. Because yeah, that video was genuinely horrific and Heaton should have been rightfully chewed the fuck out for it, but instead he chose to lie and heavily insinuate to several people that he never gave Heaton permission to use the screenshots, just to keep the heat off himself. And Streisand's effect be damned, that led to literally all of the discourse focusing on him and his dishonesty. So Heaton coming forward about that led to Joseph just leaving his platforms like his Twitter and YouTube account, but far darker stuff from Joseph's past was soon on the horizon. In 2023, it was revealed in a video by Lyle Convoy that Joseph and Fagos, real name Liam, had a call back in January 2020 with then-creator Spocter Tech, real name Colin, where Colin had admitted to obtaining real-life CSCM from a 13-year-old girl he was dating when he was either 16 or 17 and keeping it until past his 18th birthday. Spocter also admitted in this call to keeping this girl around because it's, quote, better to be on good terms with someone that hated you.
Why? Why? Like, from my understanding, the person who, like, Spocter got, like, these images from is still in contact with them and very much, like, has been manipulated by Spocter. It's very sad that that has been allowed to happen. I understand that people have tried to help them. Again, like, my memory's a bit fuzzy when it comes to this stuff. But again, it's another case of someone being kept around someone who is a disgusting individual and still defending them to this day. Unless that information has changed and people can correct me, and I will obviously, you know, take back what I just said, but from my understanding, that's how that situation happened.
even I look back on and I'm like, why?
Yeah.
You know, especially after I turned 18, I was like, I had the drive. It was like sitting on my counter, and I looked at it and I was like, why do I still fucking have this?
Jordan Cosmic, Faghost is alive. I think you may be a bit confused because there was some stuff around them like faking people's deaths. I mean, hell, they made another video like, gosh, I want to say, it was this year, I think. I want to say like a few months ago, that got swiftly taken down. Chuuli had released a video, then Faghost had made another like a little mini like video. It was awful. I have it archived somewhere. But yeah, no, Faghost is alive from my understanding. Yeah, of course you'd say that, wouldn't you, Goat Cato? Anyway.
Mm-hmm. Because it was not too long after her and I stopped talking.
Yeah. And you guys are not on any of the you guys aren't in a fling anymore, and
no. We're just on good terms because it's better to be on good terms with someone that hated you. Literally, it's destroyed. I fucking crushed it. I wiped it, I formatted it, and crushed it.
Fucking Christ.
Can you take a picture of it and show us that you did crush it?
I flushed it down. Dude, this was
Literally,
do you know this was ages ago, right?
This was like...
This was ages ago.
Yeah.
This was like the beginning of 2019.
Pretty much.
How do you... Sorry, this may feel like a weird thing to get hung up on, but I can't understand how you're able to flush a hard drive down the toilet. Like, this guy, pasteurized that fucking thing. Holy fuck.
Alright, then.
Yeah, Jordan, Vivian is dead. Yeah, Vivian, also known as Channel Grey, had, basically self-emulated. I will be talking about them at some point. I'm just waiting on a few things from different people, and if those people who I'm talking about now hear this, I'm not saying that there's a rush on it at all. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just making it known that that I didn't put any form of time limit on statements and stuff like that, because I feel like I would be a prick if I did do that. But yeah, I will be talking about Vivian very soon, sooner rather than later. Also, get the fuck out of my chat. Get rid of you. Anyway, let's continue.
So shit.
Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know.
Besides, even if you ask for pictures, what would I do? I could just take another buy a flash drive and crush it and say, "Oh, here's your proof."
Here's your proof, basically.
Yeah.
I can't even begin to explain how fucking sick it is that you specifically get the 13-year-old girl that sent you nudes when you were 16 in your good graces now that you're at an older age that not only highlights how fucking weird and inappropriate the age gap is, 15 and 18, but while the kid who sent you her naked body in the first place is still at such a young and vulnerable age. And I can't even begin to explain how fucking sick it is that two adults heard this and just brushed past it like it was fucking normal. But I shouldn't be surprised with either of the people confronting Colin, considering they're both degenerates in their own right. More to be explained on Junkie in a minute. In case I need to spell it out, this is literally just what groomers do in order to keep their victims on a leash. And it's exactly what happened between me and one of the men that groomed me, Avraham. And the second I broke free of...
How do we know that she died? I'm actually not sure. We do know how, but I'm not gonna, say why, because that's not my thing to say. That's one of the victims of Vivian's, thing to say. I don't know if they want that information public, so just know that we do know they died. That's all I'll say on that.
That hold he had on me when I was 20, he spent the next 2 years poisoning my name to anyone that would listen. Joseph covering for Spoctor in that regard was already horrible, but it actually gets way worse, and in a way that I need to expand attention to far off of just Joseph at this point. Because on January 3rd, 2020, when I was freshly 17, Ponder reached out to people in her server, the same one I've been talking about in my past videos, which Colin had also left in light of the accusations going public from a YouTuber named Manus at the end of of 2019. She asked for help on what to do regarding this situation after receiving confirmation from Colin that he indeed did what he was accused of, and from there everyone hopped into a call where they learned from Ponder what Colin had done. The people who we can confirm knew from this call include Ponder, Caden Monroe aka Christopher, Ellie Willy Woo, though keep her in mind, V Omega aka Brandon,
what the
Manga
fuck?
Common, Jelly aka Fago/Liam, Chaos 55T, and Junkie aka Joseph. I said remember Ellie because I was able to bring this.
I want to point out the amazing list of people that were in that call. We have Faye Ghost, the known I have trans OCs that committed suicide person who made all their friends think that they had killed someone or caused someone to be put into suicide. We have V Omega, known child predator, or predator in general. What else do we have on our lovely list? We have Caden Monroe with groomer tendencies. Again, my memory's a bit fuzzy on them, but fuck them. What else do we have on the list? Manga Carmen. Manga Carmen is a bit more of a tricky one, I'll say the least. What I will say about Manga Carmen is they have made a statement in regards to this video. I'll probably pull up that tweet in a bit after we've seen this video. I'll probably go over all of the responses to this in terms of what I've been able to collect. Just because I have seen Manga Carmen's response to this, and I know they're going to be working on a video addressing everything. I will let it be known. Me and Lio had our own call with Manga Carmen before this video came out. It wasn't very good. It wasn't very good. In fairness to Manga Carmen, he did take responsibility for the stuff revolving around Spoctor, which is fair. I think it's good that he is owning up to this in terms of like not saying anything and using his platform. I think that is the bare minimum, and he has done that. Another thing that we ended up talking to him about, and some people's opinions on this part may vary, but we ended up talking about the FCK. Now, Manga Carmen was someone who was in the FCK. They had very minimal interactions within the server, so in terms of accountability to them, it's a lot less severe compared to the other people in the server. But there are some aspects of that I do question, and we did question in regards to it. One of those things being that they were posting inside the Slimmers and SFW chat. A caveat into this is that there was no NSFW above before he posted, and they'll believe there was about an hour difference between his post and right below it there being NSFW material. Obviously, another thing with that is the fact that it was called Slimmer's Art Shack, or NSFW Shack. So he would have, and Manga Carmen was aware that Slimmers was a minor. So there is also that aspect to keep in mind when it comes to that stuff. There's also his tweets. Again, I might grab up the so because I know it sounds like it's just a trust me bro. I will probably end up pulling, if I can remember to, I will probably pull up the tweets in regards to what I am talking about here, just to make it a bit more clear to people. So anyway, where was I going with this? So I think it is worthy of, I think it is fair to want to get some sort of an answer from him in regards to that. He does admit that, he should have, spoken about it, but the call itself, whether or not it ends up making it going public, I'm still unsure about that. But yeah, I'm still thinking over my thoughts when it comes to Manga Carmen myself. So yeah. Why is Manga Carmen being flame, bro? It makes no sense. The only people in the FCK that were shitty are ZZ, Peaches, and Toasty. When it comes to Manga Carmen, I guess the main critique for him was, why didn't he say anything when it came to FCK? I mean, there was a tweet where he was asked, weren't you in the server or, involved with this? And he says no. It comes around as quite weird, basically. I'm not basically with this, right? I'm not, again, my thoughts on manga Carmen are like unset, if that makes sense. I'm not gonna like go out here and like call him anything in particular. I'm not, again, manga Carmen didn't groom anybody, right? He wasn't like being predatory to minors inside of FCK, okay? I'm not saying that at all, just to be clear, okay? So that's where I sit with it. So yeah. Anyway, I think I've rambled on long enough, but again, that's all I have to really add when it comes to manga Carmen in terms of my own involvement in it.
Up to her, and she claimed that she wasn't in the call for very long and never learned of the exact nature of the allegations, which would match up with her presence in the text conversation revolving around the call at the time it happened. Though my memory is shaky on the exact details, from the text conversation, it's clear that Ponder was experiencing a lot of anger and confusion on what to do. The general consensus was that Ponder was under a lot of stress, and given that the accusations were already made public by Manus, she should just sit back and let Colin get exposed without worrying about it. I understand that she was trying to listen to advice from her friends, some of whom may have had her genuine best interest in mind, but with 5 seconds of logical thinking and remembering context, Ponder absolutely should have said something, considering that A, her public association with him at the time was that of a positive one, and B, the reason why it was positive is because she saved his entire fucking internet career against false sexual maltreatment allegations.
Yeah, with this, from my understanding, so this is about Atari and Pentagon stories. This is around the original allegations. This video did stay up for a very long time, and Ponder never made the criticism here. Obviously, is that Ponder didn't like make any amendment in terms of another video disavowing or like talking about what Spoctor had done. So as it sat on her channel with 1.1 million views on it, it was not. It's not a good look. A lot of people turn to Ponder in terms of like the reasonable person in the room, and the fact that they didn't do any sort of follow-up video to this was a very bad idea. But yeah.
What further makes no sense to me is why literally no one else said anything either. Again, I was able to talk to Ellie about why she didn't say anything.
Caden wasn't in the FCK, no. That is correct. Lady Donia. Sorry, I don't know how to say your name there. Again, just because... God. Just because someone was in the server doesn't mean they're equally as bad as everyone else, okay? I am simply criticizing, specifically when it comes to manga Carmen, their own involvement in the actions that they did and didn't take when it came to the situation. And that would have been inactivity in terms of talking about things that were happening. That is my major critique when it comes to manga Carmen and the FCK, and I guess you could say the same thing when it came to Spoctor, where manga Carmen at this point in time, specifically when it talks about Spoctor, he had the platform, he had the knowledge, and he didn't do anything with it, which he should have done. And manga Carmen is aware of that when it comes to Spoctor, and he is doing the right thing in taking accountability for it. But I'll be interested to see what happens when he does a video talking about it, as he has said on his public platforms. So yeah.
However, the other people? It's been a known problem that back in the day, everyone used to look to Ponder to fix everything. And it seems like when she chose to sit out this time, everyone else took it as an invitation to do the same. Manga Kamen even says that everyone should publicly denounce Colin's actions and refuse to defend them, which is immediately shut down by both Brandon and Liam. That's actually unsurprising, given that Liam had just under 2 months prior fed the fake story to Ponder Clown and I that they had sexually assaulted 2 girls who later took their own lives and had us believe it was true. I can't imagine
we fucking hate Faye Ghost.
Why Liam would be hesitant on taking part in publicly denouncing horrible, illegal things that the accused party has admitted were true. Yeah. I should note that I went on to Manga Kamen's Twitter to search any tweets he made in this time space to see if he ended up saying anything, and homeboy just didn't. Love that, Kamen. No point in stopping there, since somehow things get even worse. If you have paid attention to any of Hiten Mitsuru's drama with Colin in the past, which stemmed from her drama with Joseph, then first of all, rip your sanity, and secondly, you might remember that she mentioned how Colin was confronted in Ponder's server.
Now, a conversation got had in Ponder Sprocket's Discord server with him and our resident lore master, Aaron Tempest. Aaron took a lot of the same issues I did and wanted to get Spockter's thoughts on it. Also, preemptively, I did get permission to share these screenshots from Ponder herself, so all of you who are going to try and use this as an argument, you can shut up.
The same server he had left in light of the allegations, meaning he
Yeah.
at some point was allowed to return. Now, honestly, I feel like a fucking idiot for not putting those two dots together sooner, since one of the people Colin talked to while making the video Heaton got so fucking butt mad at was me. I was freshly dealing.
Hang on. Am I the only one who's grown the fuck up, or am I crazy? New shit, so leave her alone. To be honest, Fagos fucking could have.
with coming forward about Liam and getting
I had a
tone
video to
policed by
watch, I presume.
Heaton and her
Bubbler.
doers of crackers.
I told Kai you gave me that. I told you Kai gave me that. Oh my god.
bidding, and Colin asked me about what the deal.
Does it come back? I guess it depends on how you look at it, but from my view, yes. It's only gets worse for the three of us who were involved aside from him, lol. I'd say there was no direct victims anymore, but like, it's us. We're direct victims now. The summary is that Fagos was subject to a bunch of allegations in 2019. You may remember the account
with
tweeting
Liam
at
was
you, but caused him to reveal a
Actually, even about since it was pure
lots
fucking
of really
chaos.
personal past things, and also we thought led to a girl taking her life that may in fact all be a lie, and Feg had just lied to us and made us think that for 2 years. Jesus Christ.
At that point, that was the only time I had spoken to him as an adult in that server, as any messages after were from when I was no longer really present because I had been successfully victim shamed for my abuse situation. So, when the fuck did he get back into the server? A month after he had admitted to having the drive with SCM on it.
This... Okay, I survived. This is back from the war. The war in my mind is not a shame. Why the fuck was he... This is a
And
question
it was
that
at
I
my
want answered, right? Why the fuck, out of all places, was he let back into Ponder's server? I don't understand. It makes no logical sense. You have his admission that he had CSCM on his hard drive, and you let him back into the server. I can understand maybe wanting to question him, but also, why are you letting him back into your private server? Again, this is when Chuuli would have been an adult in this situation, at least how I'm understanding it. But why? Why the fuck would you do this? It's okay, Spock, come back into our spaces, haha. After you just admitted to a crime. You fucking weirdo. It doesn't make any sense. Like... Rosefawn, I don't know if Ponder's server at this time would have it. I may have, I don't know if, because I think Chuuli had just said here that they had left, they were inactive like by this time when they were not a minor. So I don't think Chuuli was a minor here. Chuuli was still 17 a monthly. Wait, what year was this? Sorry, let me go back.
When
I
the
may
fuck
be
did he get back
misunderstanding.
into the server? A month after.
In 2020. So from my understanding, Chuuli turned 18 in 2020. According to my spreadsheet anyway. Unless they turned 18. Okay, these are American dates. Unless Chuli's birthday's in December, they would have been 18 by this point, but it doesn't change anything. God, this hurts my head. Fuck me.
After he had admitted to having the drive with
This was before Chuli's birthday. Okay, so Chuuli would have been 17, and they let Spockter into the server. Fuck me. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense why anyone would do this. I don't understand.
SCM on it, and it was at my suggestion. I was a fan of his at the time, and trying pretty.
So this is a bit awkward to say. I don't know if best judgment I'm telling you this, but I think it'd be better if you know beforehand. but back when that was happening last month, she was having a really hard time thinking of what to do and went to FC about it. So we kind of all know what happened, but
It's hard to be a good friend to him
Fiendish
since
Cat
I
on the
naively
server. Oh, yeah.
thought at the time that he was
We all agreed that like it was bad, but we were all thought it was best that you weren't like persecuted for it.
a really sweet guy.
I figured as such. I'm pretty sure she'll let you back in, but I just wanted to let you know instead of you finding out on your own and being really confused and worried. He was able to let me in. Only Ponder, I can let her know right now if you want me to. Yeah, go ahead, alrighty.
And I had also been poisoned beyond
God, my anxiety is always spiked.
belief by the adults around me, including my groomer, that the things Colin did
Okie dokie, I went ahead and let her know. When the topic is brought up, I'm sorry.
were just stupid.
It's fine. A while ago, like beginning of January, I think. Yeah, that was when the video was released, end of December. Alright, well, I'll just see, I guess.
Easily
It's no big deal if I can't come back.
Forgivable mistakes that most make at some point in their lives.
No one's going to be bad to you in there, but I understand if you're worried about her.
So I took it upon myself to reach out to him
I'm always worried about things. She had time to cool down, I think. Yeah, that's totally okay.
and see if he wanted.
Sorry, I'm reading these in case there's something important here. She's had time to cool... Yep, you're alright. I think. I'm really sorry if anything I said made you feel worse. It's not you.
Me to get him back into the server. We had a talk that I die a little bit inside over every time I
Let me know what she says. Alright, I will.
read it. And then I reached out to
Yo, Mom, can you invite Tech back into the server? He says he wants to join it again.
Ponder to ask.
Oh, so this is February. Oh, God. Fuck me. Wait, am I stupid? Yeah, no, I don't know why I misread, like, dates like that. That's my bad. Thank you, Angie.
him to let him back in. Now, I would hope that any 27-year-olds out there might hear this and think that, in her position, the correct response would be to firmly shut that request down and explain to the minor that they're talking to a dangerous individual, because that is the correct response. However, Ponder let him back into the server, and he was welcomed with open arms. There is grace to be given to a certain extent, given what Ponder was dealing with at the time, but it doesn't excuse Ponder from not making the obvious decision to publicly disavow Colin for what he had done, especially as the person who publicly defended him to the point of saving his entire internet.
Yeah, this is my thing, right? So, up until this point, okay, in terms of, if I remove all inside knowledge that we are now learning about here and what I know, okay? Public perception of Ponder Sprocket when it comes to Spocter. Ponder makes a video defending Spocter of allegations that falsely accuse him of certain things, right? And then nothing. That's it. There's no amendments to the video, there's no change in the description of the video, there's no links to videos talking about the updated information when it comes to Spocter and his fucking hard drive. Even though they knew about it. And then even with the context of what we now know, Ponder decides to let this guy back into their spaces after learning about the allegations. It is a fucking awful idea. And again, I will say this, right? I grew up watching Ponder's content. So it makes me really sad that this is what this has come to. It really does. Like, this may sound soy, right? But I grew up watching this content. In terms of me watching content that was ACC related, I started watching, and this is a really bad track record by the way, and ages so poorly, I started watching Creepshow Art. Then I watched Hopeless Peaches. Then I watched Ponder Sprocket, and then I started watching Liar Convoy. I really enjoyed Ponder's content. I didn't think too critically about it when I watched it. I just had it on in the background whilst I was drawing like everyone else did. Yeah, never meet your heroes. So, again, for me, it's really sad when it comes to, like, people that you would used to look up to, and it turns out that they've been doing this kind of shit. So, this is another example of why you should never put a content creator on a pedestal. No one should ever be put on a pedestal. I shouldn't. No one else should. No one else who what you watch should be. You should always criticize them so that they will, you know, in case that they didn't think of something or they misunderstood a situation, they are made aware of it and they can correct that. I mean, how? What? Before the video itself got taken down for my Toasty Vanilla coverage, before it got falsely struck down, I made sure to change the description when I was told after the video had been put out that some information was wrong. For that video, the information that was wrong, I misunderstood who was being portrayed in a drawing that was posted in the server that was slightly NSFW. I had to make sure that that was corrected. It's so simple to do something like that, but Ponder has never done that when it comes to situations. Their response to stuff being critical of them, when it comes to this sort of stuff, or information being wrong, is they either delete the video or they delete the post. The most minimal example of this could be when Akumu released a video and it pointed out a tweet that Ponder had made, and Ponder, in response, just deleted the tweet. Another example would be when their video on Sashly was starting to be questioned, they deleted the Sashly video. So, yeah. The most I want from Ponder, I want some form of public accountability. I want Ponder to address publicly the things that they have done and set the record straight. I think that is the bare minimum I want from them at this point in the situation. Again, some people would say, well, Yen, they should address the people that they have harmed privately. That should take priority. Which is true. I do agree with that. But also, when you are betraying information in a certain way, and you have been for the last 7-8 years, you need to correct that information, especially when you have such a public platform. But again, that's how I feel. That's how I feel about this so far.
Career. Nor does it excuse the rest of the people in that server call not saying anything.
Yep. And the George Raccoon comment calling Dudotones out on the 2019 livestream. Yep, I agree. So for context for that one, for people who don't know, I have a whole video talking about George Raccoon. Apparently, Ponder Sprocket had left a comment on that video. Basically, from my understanding, I need to see the comment again myself, but it was basically, so I don't misquote it. It was basically positive towards the video itself, that Ponder had left on the George Raccoon video, the original one that the Doodletones had made. Surrounding all the George Raccoon stuff, when Doodletones was questioned, Ponder had basically said, yeah, I had never seen their video, or their draft that they had sent me beforehand. I had been critical of their 2019 stream in DMs, but then we have that comment on the actual video basically being a positive stamp of approval when it comes to the video, which I won't put... I'm hesitant to fully say that because of that it got more authenticity to it, but also it doesn't help. It doesn't help Ponder at the end of the day. It doesn't help the victims of George Raccoon. And then Ponder had deleted the comment once people were looking into George Raccoon. So it still sucks. But yeah, let's keep it going.
Either. However, what truly nothing can excuse on Ponder's end.
Also, by the way, I want to point this out. Thank you guys so much for tuning into this stream. Again, soy time. I'm just doing this to try this out. But I'm really surprised that 70 people are currently watching, so thank you guys so much. That's really cool. like all I ask, like if you leave a like and subscribe, do all that fun stuff, it really does help me out. And also, hi Autumn. I hope you're doing okay. Oh, well, that's all I'm said. I have received an apology for how Ponder treated the George Raccoon situation. It's something I'm still processing. Well, at least that's good in some degree. I'm glad to see that she is starting to talk to people that she has affected negatively. But yeah, good stuff. I mean, it's the bare minimum, but good stuff.
Is allowing Colin back into the server just a month after the call took place, discussing his admittance of keeping a drive with CSEM of a 13-year-old on it past his 18th birthday. And worse yet, inviting him back at the minor's behest. From the conversation I had with Colin, it's clear someone or some people convinced me that it wasn't that big of a deal. Considering I was 17 and deep in being groomed by Avi at the time, while also having several other instances of sexual maltreatment and or grooming from people like V Omega, Brandon, and Christopher, this isn't too surprising on my end, and I've been told that I shouldn't be chastising my younger self for believing this obvious falsity. I should also...
True. All three of those people are disgusting little creatures, and I only wish them the worst.
Note that it realistically was not, under any circumstance, the 17-year-old's responsibility to do something about this. However, I don't understand how a fully grown...
Wait, her Akumu videos are gone? Actually, they may have already been gone, because they are quite old. I have to see if anyone's able to confirm when those videos were deleted, because a thing about the way Ponder handles their content is when they make a new video, because they're trying to drift away from like drama or like situation topics. So from my understanding, the way they're trying to do it is every single time they upload a new video, they delete an old one. But if it's out of order like the Sashley one was, that'll be interesting to see.
Grown 27-year-old as Ponder was able to look past something that fucking egregious. I just straight up can't defend that at all, and the fact that she did that, I fucking hate everything. I know I've stuck my neck out a lot for her because she has been subjected to a lot of bad faith assumptions that I wanted to dispel on her behalf, but this was genuinely so fucked up of her to do, and a gross failure on looking out for my well-being. Especially when she also later knew that I went back into Spoctor's Patreon.
Oh, by the way, I'm being bombarded with what? I finished a commission for someone in Tech's Patreon server. Okay, it's not NSFW.
Discord server, where I was then sexually harassed while...
Oh, sorry, my laptop's dying. I have my phone for the super chats, and I don't have I've never limited cables. I need to fix this if I'm going to do this more in the future. Just give me 1 second, guys. If I can find the pissing cable. Pro streamer, by the way. Pro streamer. Unplug that. I bet that noise just played on stream as well. Okay. We're back. Okay, let me go back a bit so I can understand this.
Later knew that I went back into Spoctor's Patreon Discord server, where I was then sexually harassed while I was still a minor. That's not her fault, of course, but saying or doing nothing about me going back to be in the sex pest spaces is absolutely a failure on her end. Believe me when I say there's unfortunately a lot more to talk about when it comes to Ponder that has absolutely been shattering my fucking heart, but I deadass can't deal with that right now. Not saying never, but not right now. I will say, I've told Ponder about all of this and more, and she's given me a very heartfelt apology that she hasn't retracted or shown she didn't mean, which is more than just about anyone I've dealt with before has given me. But as for this video, I won't be talking more about her. Moving back to Joseph's behavior, in 2024, Laka Mocha Laka hosted a stream about Joseph's involvement in the Discord server, the Fruitcake Club, commonly referred to as the FCK. You probably know about it, seeing as it's been talked about for...
Yeah, that's another aspect I'll also talk about. I find it really deplorable the way that the SEC and ACC has treated Akumu. I understand that people can call him transphobic and all that stuff, but again, bad, right? I am trans. It's no fucking shocker, right? Bad stuff, right? But in the same breath, it does not change the information that he put forward when it came to the FCK. And it came to these creators. It was still factual information, where it was, in terms of like screenshots and everything like that. And the way this community has treated him led him to having to be so hyper analytical and so specific to points to make sure that he doesn't get caught up on an argument. That's why his FCK maxim is so fucking long, right? Because he has to be so specific with every single argument that he puts in case these people go out of their way to, you know, try and like say, well, you got this point wrong, so the rest of your video is wrong. Along with him falsely being accused of a doxer and all this horrendous crap, and it was never corrected. The record was never corrected by these creators when it came to the doxing allegations of Akumu. And another thing I will say, when it comes to the Madame drama and how that was handled, and Fauci points this out when he was covering in his stream, how was it glossed over that fucking Madame had sent porn links to a minor? That's some food for thought. How the fuck did that happen?
Well over the past year, but just in case, here's a clip from my video on Avi and Nezzy detailing it. TLDR, the Fruitcake Club, called the FCK for the sake of brevity, was a server that had a lot of adult content in it, full of the old art commentator sphere and adjacent from 2019 to 2020. That included, but was not limited to, Doodle Tones, TheNamesJunkie, Lucifix, Mad Libs, Hopeless Peaches, Miss ZZ, Fuchsia Butters, Toby Majestic, Toasty Vanilla, and Nezzy Monster.
Hi, Toasty. Funny update on Toasty, actually. I can actually give this. I was watching Teddy That Draws stream. It's gone private now because, understandable, I understand why they wanted to do that. But during that stream, they pull up Toasty Vanilla's, what's it called, VGen account. Which is, from my understanding, a thing that, like, VTubers use to, like, show off their models and commissions and stuff like that. And it shows you, like, who's commissioned what, right? So Teddy pulls up this account on stream, and they refresh the page later into the stream of Toasty's VTuber account. I'll make that clear. And they're blocked. So Toasty either has people watching Teddy's stream or was watching Teddy's stream. Like the disgusting little creep they are. And if you are watching this, Toasty, don't even fucking think about doing that video you were gonna make talking about Teddy in the way that you were saying it to me, because that is disgusting. And I'll say that for free. Fuck Toasty. And fuck all these people.
As well as a bunch of fucking children! The youngest of whom was 12. Several of these children were children with online platforms like Slimmers, Mimi Diggs, It's Jamesy, and the most outspoken member, Teddy That Draws. These children were regularly subjected to, encouraged to share, and even create pornographic artwork, though real-life pornographic images were also shared by adults. There was also a chat dedicated to porn that Slimmers, a child, drew with others in the server interacting in there. I want to be clear, not every member was equally culpable or even participated in things as much as others. As far as I'm aware, ZZ, Fuchsia, Peaches, Toby, and especially Toasty, who groomed Teddy, were the worst offenders, while others served more as enablers, like Junkie, Lucifix, though apparently he was the fucking admin, and Nezzy, who knew about the minors' porn chat. There's two things I want people to take note of from this clip. One being Joseph's role as being an enabler, and the mention of Hal being the admin of the server. Firstly, the focus on Hal here as opposed to Joseph was a bit ill-balanced. As though, yes, Hal was the admin, the situation was not typical of someone having an admin role. Toasty apparently did just give him the role despite the two of them not being close, which is weird considering Hal only had 60 messages in the server over the span of 2 months, and most were just art pieces. Like, Like, don't get me wrong, Hal still fucked up and even posted a couple inappropriate things himself, but given how much less involved they were in the community and the server itself, it's not something I feel the need to put under too much heat. Joseph, however, deserves a much bigger spotlight for his actions in that server. Not only was Joseph incredibly inappropriate around the minors in that server himself, but he was also found to have witnessed the porn
Junkie, I took a look in here yesterday, and why was there porn in here? XD. Snail you spooky. At Slimmers, explain your sins. Well, Junkie, that is a hard question to answer. You see. Oh, excuse me. XD. Snail you, by the way, is 13 years old. Which is fucking disgusting. And of course you have Slimmers, another minor in the server. And Junkie was fully aware, but these minors were being exposed to pornographic imagery. I hate these people so much.
spamming in the server, particularly by Slimmers, even tagging her over it, and when explained to him by Toasty that the people in that server, including the kids, post porn randomly for fun, Junkie encouraged them to continue doing that with an XD amazing carry on. Things unfortunately don't end there, as Joseph would then, I believe, intimidate and then ignore Teddy that draws trying to come forward about what Toasty had done to her. Joseph was a first-hand witness and enabler to Toasty being inappropriate with and around minors, yet wanted to cover for them when Teddy tried to advocate for herself.
Due to how I was treated, I had still told the story and didn't name people involved. I was so torn and thought I had wrongly accused someone of grooming. When I had made that apology, I had gone to the creators I had told and said I had lied, one of them being Junkie. And Hopeless Peaches. These screenshots are again from an account I cannot access, but I had told so many people and had sent said apology receiving either a cold shoulder or it is what it is. TheNamesJunkie has been proven to know exactly what happened in the server, and had kept being friends with Toasty even after the fact. I had begged people to listen to me when this was happening, crying about a video being made on me for telling people I was groomed by an adult who they all knew and were friends with, in a server they were in. By the time the dust had settled, people started to ignore me, brushing me off. I had a hatred for the adults who sat there and knew exactly what happened for years.
Now, before moving on too quickly to present
I will say this also. I suggest that everyone gives Teddy some love. You can find their socials on like Twitter and stuff like that. They do some really, really good artwork, and I suggest commissioning them. Again, don't have to, it's all on you. I believe they also have a GoFundMe up currently for wanting to go visit their grandparents. I suggest also looking at. Teddy is really awesome. They have been going through so much stuff, and I think that they deserve a lot more love and support. But yeah.
Happenings, as it adds somehow even more layers of fucked. So Joseph was one of the people I met online when I was 14 and joined the slideshow commentary sphere, as the SCC and the DA ranters were in the middle of experiencing a big
Oh, thank you Goat Cato for the $5. Hi Yen, hi Yen, hi Yen, hi, hey Yen. Hi Yen, how are you? Haha, hi, hey, haha, hi. I'm pretty good. Thank you very much. I hate it here. Haha, and I hate all these people. And they should all go jump in front of a, high moving vehicle. Haha.
collision at the time. I won't lie, Joseph never particularly read as very bright to me or even mature. One instance I can think of to highlight how dim he could be is when Spoctor, Colin, before he got outed for being in possession of CSCM and also while he was a minor himself, was doxxed on Twitter, and Joseph thought it would be a good idea to start having public slap fights with the account, bringing infinitely more attention to a thing that everyone else was trying to keep under wraps as much as humanly possible while we tried to get it taken down. Heaton's dumbass actually also outed this fact in her aforementioned video on Fran. God, that video was fucking garbage, but again, I'm not—
I still need to see that video. Apparently the video on Fran is awful from Heaton. But that may be a thing in a future stream. Haha.
So not only was my friendship with Joseph littered with me constantly having to clean up the messes he made, some of which were discreetly mentioned in my video in 2021 about Liam, but yeah, not only did Joseph involve me in or allow me to be in several drama situations as a minor to help save his ass from whatever dumb shit he was in the middle of, which was stressful and inappropriate, but not majorly an issue. But he also threw me at a known groomer the second I turned 18. Sar? Remember Toasty? Well, within a month of me turning 18 in 2020, which he knew, the same year he had threatened to silence Teddy if she ever spoke up about what Toasty did, Joseph introduced me to Toasty, and the two of us did form a friendship. I know I was definitely poisoned against Teddy at the time from the brief tellings of events I was told, though I don't know to what degree. But what I do know is that in the friendship I formed with Toasty, I was subjected to the same disregarding.
She draws Pony Fran on a lounge chair with onions. What? Okay.
And pushing of sexual boundaries from them that I was unfortunately already used to. It's not something I've ever talked about before, but back in the day when I was younger, I used to publicly identify as asexual. And though part of this was for personal private reasons I won't disclose, there was a more practical purpose for the identity. I naively thought that if people knew I was asexual, they would avoid sexual content and conversations around me. But instead, because of the type of men I was around, including Toasty, it was almost seen as a challenge. There's a very haunting interaction between me and Phantom Heart.
Phantom Heart? That name rings a bell. Toasty sent me anime titty for guessing I was Ace, and I was like, delete. Wait, Ace is here? I'm just joking. Oh dear God, just straighten up, tell them you ain't chill with that, and they should stop. They need boundary awareness. If they don't, then yeesh. We were in cool, and they were like, oh wow, this is really good art. And I looked, and all of a sudden, under boob was on my screen. I was like, and they were like, oh shit, sorry, I forgot. And I had to tell them to delete it 3 times before they finally did. They were like, why? Because I don't want to see it. Does it really bother you that much? Bitch. Fuck Toasty.
Art from early 2021, where I talk about how Toasty sent me pornographic artwork, and when I asked them to take it down, they wanted to know why. And when I told them it's because the content made me uncomfortable, they immediately tried to diminish my discomfort and pressured me to let them keep it, which I unfortunately did. Despite that, Toasty and I did form a friendship that became somewhat intimate, and we even planned to meet each other at some point, though thankfully
Hold up. Heaton does that to falsely paint Fran as an attention seeker because Heaton didn't think that Fran had an anxiety attack over being covered by Ponder because Fran wasn't diagnosed with a disorder. Or didn't believe. What the fuck? Yeah, no shit that's gonna be anxiety inducing when a massive creator covers you. Like, that goes without saying. I mean, there's a history of this, right? Like, when these content creators cover, like, people who are minors. I mean, Goat Kato is an example of that when it comes to Ponder and their, like, awful video covering the Sashley situation. I mean, I believe, Goat has shown these on stream, so I can talk about it. There is a part which I do note that I wouldn't be surprised if when Goat Kato reached out to Heaton for like advice when it came to a situation, and Heaton hit them with that lovely response of like, fuck off, I know who you are, ba 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 ba, all this crap, right? I wouldn't be surprised if that well was poisoned because of Ponder's video on Goat Kato. Genuinely wouldn't be surprised. Which is great to hear, isn't it?
That's something that never came to be, as they dipped entirely at some point due to being in a military boot camp thing and running from responsibility. Deadass, I don't even know how to explain how it feels getting, I don't know, secondhand orbited.
Toasty was in the military? Court-martial this fucker now.
Like, what the fuck do I even say to that? I'm pretty sure at this point my adolescence was just a constant parkour session, but instead of rooftops, I was just leaping to degenerate dudes. Fuck my drag. I unfortunately don't have my DMs with Joseph anymore, as he deleted his account at Laka's request after being obliterated on his stream, and by the time I learned how to export things on Discord, my DMs with Joseph had already disappeared due to inactivity, with no way to retrieve them. So, L probably shouldn't have had him delete his account. Oh well. Fortunately, all hope was not lost in terms of confirming certain events. Q the lion. If you've been here before, you already know that I'm friends with Lio. I will not be doing any more preface.
This guy? Lio Convoy? I don't know. He likes playing with action figures. I don't know if I should trust this guy. Gulp.
Says regarding him in this or any future content. Don't be weird in my comments about my friendship with him, or your comments will disappear. So, I was in a call with Lio, and while venting about how much I hated Joseph because all the shit he made me clean up for him and what he did with me regarding Toasty Vanilla, Lio informed me that he still had a line of communication with Joseph through an alt account passed to him by his partner, Hal.
Toasty does go by she, her now. If I've slipped up previously in the stream, I do apologize. But I don't think Chuuli was aware of that, to be fair. Like, in absolute fairness, right? Because that information would only be known if you knew about Toasty becoming a VTuber when they went away, if that makes sense, right? I think I've probably slipped up on it in the past when it came to Toasty, because I didn't really know they used she, her. I don't even think I knew until my call with them, with me, Fuman, and Toasty. But I could be wrong on that. But yeah, just so you know.
And that he could get me into a call with him to potentially get some answers. I will warn everyone, Joseph has chronic 1 HP voice throughout pretty much this entire call. Fortunately for everyone here, I spent like an hour boosting his volume. You're welcome. So without further ado, I present to you some really infuriating mumbling.
Awesome.
All right. So let's go ahead and get into this. You want to go ahead and take the reins, Julie?
Yeah. Hi. I haven't talked to you in a long time.
No, you're fine, Jordan. I just like being, I think I find myself, like, I want to be particular with my words, if that makes sense, to explain myself correctly. You know, because sometimes I'm bad with that and explaining myself. But you're good.
Don't think I want to talk to you ever again after this, but I would like some questions answered.
Alright.
I think that's pretty weird to try and say, Chicken McNuggets. I have seen about, like, people trying to, like, claim that when Chuuli put up their GoFundMe and it was put to Lio's address. That was just because that information, I think if you think about it logically, it was Lio's address because 1, Chuuli trusts Lio, 2, Lio's address is already public information, so it doesn't hurt him by doing that. Like, there's no sign of Chuuli moving in with Lio. There's, like, that doesn't make any sense. Having spoken to Lio, there's, like, been no mention of anyone like Lio referring to anyone as his daughters or kids anymore. I think that's kind of weird to try and say that, but that's just me. You're free to your opinion on that, but I think it's kind of weird to try and claim that.
So, you knew a lot of what was going on in the FCK when it was happening. There's logs of you telling children to continue drawing and sharing porn. And I also know that you had a hand in silencing Taddy when she talked about what Toasty did to her. Is that correct?
I think it's been a hot minute.
Okay. The main reason why I wanted to talk to you is the fact that you introduced me to Toasty after all of that happened in the FCK, when Toasty was under fire. Do you remember that at all?
It's a little foggy. I apologize.
You introduced me to Toasty maybe a couple weeks after I turned 18. Was that intentional?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so are you okay? Would you have introduced me to Toasty if I was a minor?
I don't think so, no.
Yeah?
That is, those are contradictory answers, Junkie.
Likely, since I didn't meet you during the time, I probably wouldn't have.
Could you repeat that?
I said likely, since I didn't meet you during the time before you turned 18, I likely wouldn't have.
Junkie, you met me when I was 14.
Did I?
Yes.
Oh my god, this fucking idiot.
I'm sorry.
Wow, so you actually don't remember, like, even how young I was?
No, I don't.
Well, because you were, I can confirm you that you were very, aware of my age at the time. Because I knew you for years before you introduced me to Toasty. Lyle, you're being abducted by aliens.
But
No, just I'm trying to remember, and I don't.
Why?
I don't know. I can't remember any of that.
You don't remember me being your friend back in 2019, 2018, 2020?
What the fuck?
I apologize. The name didn't ring a bell when I first saw it.
Oh my god, this fucking moron doesn't realize who he's talking to. Oh my god. Dude, what the fuck? Oh, what an idiot, man. Oh my god.
Okay, does Dulu?
Dude, wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Who?
Yes, this is me. Hi.
Oh my god. Yeah, that name rings a bell now.
Do you remember me being your friend now? When I was a kid?
I do.
Why did you wait until we had a big celebration about my 18th birthday, which you were there for? Why did you wait until after I was an adult to introduce me to Toasty?
I think I just want to try and create a friend group with everyone, but I didn't think of his behavior at the time. I don't know why I did.
Yeah? A friend group body? Like the one you had in FCK when you were letting minors access NFW material and you had absolutely no issue with that? Yeah? That kind of friend group? Yeah? You fucking twat.
Okay. Because I do find it very suspicious that you had heard of this guy's whole thing with Teddy and tried to help shut it down, hush hush. And you also were very intimately aware of him having a server where they would spam porn. You knew that was Toasty's whole gig, basically. So it just is very suspicious to me that you waited until the second I turned 18 and then throw me at them.
Yeah?
I didn't have any malice behind it. I didn't.
Well, I don't know. Like, am I digging too deep to say that, like, him saying he didn't have any malice with it is just another way of him saying, yeah, I would have sent you to him even if you were a minor, haha. It was just a coincidence that you turned 18. That doesn't help him in this instance. It makes it worse, if anything. Like, it's still bad, but it also makes it worse when he says it this way. But, again, that could be just me. And also the fact I really fucking despise Junkie.
That would track, because it's very obvious to me that you don't think.
Lol.
Or at least you didn't when I knew you. But that was fucked up of you to do.
It was.
Because I did get really close to Toasty when you did that. Because I was dealing with a shitty guy who I was able to break away from, but I only broke away with him just to turn around and cling to Toasty. And we were gonna meet. And I didn't know anything about what they had done, and you did. And you just threw this fresh 18-year-old at them.
I'm sorry.
You fucking should be. I don't...
I just want to point out, like, this is all like evidence or like the branches of a problem that occurred with the FCK situation, and that's how much well poisoning there truly was when it came to victims speaking out. You had people like Okumu and Laka Muka Laka talking about the situation and actually providing, you know, evidence against these people, and then you had on the other side people like who were involved in the situation, like Hopeless Peaches and Ezzy Monster, like these different people, right? Probably going around the scenes and well poisoning and painting out the victims to be these disgusting people who were just trying to like betray people as bad. I mean, look, it happened to Chuuli. Like they thought they were well poisoned against Teddy in the beginning. They didn't realize they were talking to bad people. Like even during everything that was happening, it's just so disgusting. Also, I'll see you later, Jordan. Thanks for coming by.
Understand how you saw that stuff going on, because you were in Fiendish Cavern, you were in Ponder's server, and you knew that porn was banned there because I and a couple of other people were under 18.
Right.
So I don't know why it didn't click in your mind seeing other children post porn around adults and say, hey, actually, this shouldn't be allowed.
Oh, you're right. I should have done something.
Because I kind of don't believe that there wasn't any malice behind throwing me to him, because I remember you and a couple other people trying to feed me the story that Teddy was falsely accusing Toasty.
Dude.
Right.
And I think that's real fucking sinister that you saw Toasty get under fire, swept for it, and then only introduced me to them after I became a legal adult.
So fucking disgusting.
Knowing what Toasty had done.
Right.
I just don't know what the fuck your deal was. Because you were always causing problems for me back then. And my friends. Like, you remember Kylie.
Right.
You were always causing problems for her, and I, as a, what was I then? 16-year-old, I should not have been having to wrangle you in to keep you from being a dumbass because you refused to act your age. You were insufferable.
I was.
And I don't know why you did any of that shit. Because, I mean, how long have you been off your channel?
About 5-6 years, I think. Oh no, 4 to 5 years.
Good.
Okay.
Stay gone.
And like, what's the deal with you right now? What is this account about?
This one, it's just connect with friends that I have right now.
Are any of them from before you got exposed?
No.
Are you ever thinking of trying to have a platform again?
No.
Okay, good. God. I just don't understand, like, why I had to be stuck with someone like you. Because I do remember liking you. I had an affection for you as a friend.
Mm-hmm.
But you were always causing me problems. You were always causing Kylie problems. You were always beefing with other people. I was having to go in and fix every mess you made. Otherwise, you just would cry and sulk all day and not want to do anything. Because I remember having to fix up your shit with Kylie. I remember having to fix up your shit because you and Chaos were being idiots and she was threatening to go public with stuff.
Right.
I'm gonna quickly speed this up a bit. Because I cannot handle, like, nothing against Chuuli, right? Slay, serve, even, slay your enemies. but I cannot with Junkie's 1 HP voice, because holy fuck.
And I remember you being in multiple conversations where I was just getting full-on berated by adults. And you would just sit on the sidelines and posit little opinions that you had about whatever the fucking argument was. Like Caden, one time decided to make a spectacle of me in a group chat when I was 15 and start talking about how I'm such a problem as a person and start berating me for all these problems, even though he was, I want to say 26 or 27 at the time. And you just sat there and agreed with him, even though he was telling a child that their entire being is an issue.
What an amazing person.
What you're going through.
Why didn't you grow up?
I don't know, just... I had a lot of personal issues that I never really, like, fixed until I've actually gone to seek therapy and figured out how much of an awful friend I was to a lot of people. To you, to Kylie, to a lot of people, how I just constantly beef with others. And just realize later in life how much I've wrongfully hurt others. This is why I'm staying off my head, but I don't want to do that same shit anymore. I've done enough damage.
That's good. How old are you now? You should be like 27?
I'm 28 now.
28. Yeah, that tracks. Because I think you're... When's your birthday?
It's April 3rd.
Yeah, you're about 5.5 years older than me. And... I don't know, I guess I could say I'm glad that you're finally acting it.
I should have acted it way before then, though.
Oh, he's so fucking pathetic, man. Like, Junkie just seems, from everything I've seen from him, it's just like this disgusting little weasel of a person who just wants to make everyone wants to make everyone around them feel like as crappy as possible. I mean, they were like full on defending Toasty, right? Portraying Teddy is this like manipulative little sack of shit, right? When in reality, Teddy was the victim in that situation. Like, and just weaponizing and poisoning the well and being this overall disgusting human being. And it just sounds so pathetic here. It's so pathetic. The 1 HP voice is real. Sorry, it's quite late for me. I'm gonna stumble over my words.
Yeah, you should have. And to be honest, the stuff that you let happen and the amount of kids that you hurt because you weren't acting your age, it does make me wish way worse for you than just leaving and going to make a new life with other people on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of fucking hate you.
You have every right to.
I know that. I'm also a little disappointed because I was hoping I would get at least some kind of answer that wasn't just complete negligence, because I was hoping that, I don't know, that wouldn't be the truth for once with all the shit I had to deal with. But this is confirmation that you were another adult in my life who was beyond negligent, and ended up hurting me.
Right. I just hope you're in a better spot now than what I put you in.
Yeah, I've been trying to be.
Right.
It's not like you made it easy.
No, I didn't.
And I don't know why the fuck you were still trying to talk to me when you knew that you were under fire for shit. Because when I came to you about the shit that Liam Fagos was doing to me, and then, because I didn't know what the fuck you had done, but you did, and you were kind of just love bombing me. Like, before the video came out, when it came out, and after it, you would send me just messages, oh, you're a good friend, you're a good person. Like, were you trying to get me to save your ass? What were you doing?
No. I think I just wanted just a group of friends to be with, but not actually properly fixing what was actually wrong with me.
Because it is very suspect to me that once you got kind of exposed in 2021, you just didn't say anything publicly.
Yeah.
I just feel like I caused enough damage as is.
Yeah? That's such a cope. That's such a fucking cope. Oh, I did this. I did enough damage. It's just like the same like crap excuses that like Toasty gave, in my call with them. Of like, oh, I don't want to hurt any more people. I just want to get away from it all. You're running from responsibility. You gave no accountability, no solace for your victims, no people that you've affected. You're just running away and taking the easy way out. Like, we have so many channels now, over the last year now, that have been deleted by just solely running, and they're just solely running away instead of staying and taking accountability. So weaselly. So weaselly.
Why didn't you say sorry?
I should have.
No, I know that. Why didn't you?
I feel like if I tried, I would just end up hurting more people than I already have.
God, you're so fucking melodramatic. That is the dumbest logic I have heard. Like, I guess I can get it in the case of Heaton, because she said she didn't want an apology. But like, why didn't you just own what you did?
I feel like saying sorry wouldn't have been enough. But I should have said something instead of just saying nothing.
Yeah. Just making sure. You're in contact with no one from before Heaton made that video on you. And I don't even like Heaton. I fucking hate that bitch. And I'm the reason that she's kind of gone right now. But her video was kind of the turning point of like you just dipping.
Mm-hmm. And to answer your question, no, I'm not with anyone in contact with in the community.
How did you get in contact with Lyle on this account?
From my partner, Almond.
Your partner, is that the kaiju bitch?
It's Lucifix. Yeah.
Lol.
Yeah. Okay. I don't.
Wait, Lucifix is their partner? Didn't we just establish that Lucifix was the admin for FCK? Am I misremembering? I think that's right. Huh.
Know if I generally have much more to say to you. I know that Kylie would like to say fuck you forever.
Based, Kylie.
Right.
That neither of us never want anything to do with you again, and that I'm glad to confirm some things with you, but that I hope you stay gone forever and that I never have to see you again.
Okay.
Did you want to say something, Lyle?
I actually have a few questions for Junkie now that I'm a little more informed of their level of activity in the FCK, but I did not want to overstep what I feel are your questions that were a bit more important.
That's okay. I think I mostly covered everything that I wanted to talk about personally with him.
All right. So, you were pretty active in the FCK, right, Junkie?
Thanks, Ian.
Would you be able to give me any information on some of the other people in the server and how they acted in it?
I can't remember much of the details.
Well, I'm not going to ask for super ultra mega specific, so we're going to go ahead and give this a run, okay? How active was Nezzy Monster in the server?
I think somewhat active.
How often was Nezzy Monster involved in calls that kids were present in?
I don't remember them being involved in many of the calls. Maybe one or two.
And how about Peaches?
I think also somewhat active. They're pretty close to Toasty at the time.
Do you recall any of them being inappropriate in these calls with children?
Not that I can recall.
Interesting. Then I guess I'll get to my main question then. Why did you cover it up?
True.
Because the thing is, there's some people there who did not know there was grooming. There's some people there who might have hands that are less dirty. But why in the world did you cover up grooming, of all things?
Because they were best of buddies. Haha. They were like all linking hands together and just being disgusting little creatures of society. Like, oh, fuck.
I don't know why I did it.
No, I don't. No, sir. That's not going to be accepted here. Because if this was just like a real quick, in-the-moment decision and not something that had to be perpetuated over the course of years, I might grant you that. But that's not what this is, and we both know that. This is something you had to make consistent, continual decisions to do. And there was a reason for it, and I want that reason.
I can't remember why I did it. I'm being genuine. I don't remember why.
Okay, so when somebody walked up and asked you a question about the FCK, your immediate instance was just lie, but don't know why I'm lying?
Lol.
I'm being serious. I don't remember.
Okay, one more question then. Two, actually. So,
I refuse to believe that the Junkie doesn't remember why they did that. I bet they have a reason, but they know if they say it, it's going to make them look disgusting.
Oh shit. What?
Who the fuck? What? I don't know what that was. But yeah.
This does lead to the idea that you will cover up for your friends in commentary, yes?
I used to do that when I was with the whole sponsor thing, you know. It's a habit I've been breaking.
Who else have you covered for? Because once is happenstance, twice is a pattern.
I can't really think of anyone else.
I'm so tired of commentary amnesia. Like, I just am. This is so irritating. So you have to deal with all this crap for years. You had to hide Spoctor's crap. You had to hide the FCK, but you can't remember why, and now you can't remember if there's anything else you're hiding.
I'm serious. I'm genuine. I can't remember. I can't think of anything else.
Okay, why'd you hide Spoctor's?
Wait, that was Glass Raven? Lol? Wait. Oh, they joined the wrong VC. Okay. Lol?
Yeah.
Because I thought that maybe he was actually being genuine, but I didn't think.
Wait, hold on. Genuine? Genuine about what? He said, I have a drive that has nudes of a child. Please don't tell anybody that I had it. Well, genuine in what? He didn't feed you a line. He didn't lie to you.
I think it was we had a conversation one point where he was trying to fix himself, so I believed him, but I shouldn't do it.
He was trying to fix himself? Yeah, bro, I can fix him. I can fix him. He only had CP on his hard drive. Fuck me, bro. How do you fix that? How the fuck do you fix that? Fucking weirdo.
The thing is, Spoctor in that call sat there and told you, the main person trying to expose this, I have befriended them to keep them quiet. You heard that. That wasn't accidental. That wasn't, like, subtext. You heard it. And that at no point made you think, huh, this might be a problem? Because here's the thing. Speaking as somebody who has screwed up and has hurt people and is trying to change, I can tell you right now, if I had a conversation like that around Chuuli, my face would be gone. So this is asinine. You expect me to buy this?
I apologize for you.
Why did you let me go back and be around him?
I don't know. It was ignorant. I should have done something, but I didn't.
That's not ignorance, Junkie. You knew what V Omega did to me. You knew that kind of stuff was wrong, and you let me go back to Spoctor.
How many friends of yours are child predators?
Christ.
Not that I know of.
Do you know why I'm asking you such a very blunt and awful question?
Why?
Because you've already proved that you'll cover up for one, and you'll also cover up for somebody who owns literal child pornography under the, he's my friend, he's totally trying to change guys, totally. So, what am I supposed to expect that you won't do? Junkie, have you ever groomed anyone yourself?
No, never.
Well, that elicited a different emotion, so you do have an ability to respond. Do you know why I asked you such a cruel question?
Why?
Because nobody else would do crap like this. It's unconscionable.
Why didn't you tell me that you got him to admit it in a call?
I don't know why I didn't.
What do you know?
I don't know this, I don't know that, I don't know this. But he doesn't know that, like, he's like, oh, I don't know the reasoning of why, like, I covered up FCK. But somehow he remembers how he was, like, the reasoning why he didn't, like, cut off Spoctor after learning about the hard drive. It's interesting that, right? It's interesting.
Because you knew that what V Omega did was bad to me. You knew that Phagos was abusing me. Despite the fact that you were with him, helping cover up what Spoctor did. And you still tried to, like, be a comfort to me when I was trying to come forward about Phagos. Like, you're actually fucking sick, bud.
I know.
What was it? Because I'm not as familiar with commentary lore, thank God. What was it that ran you offline? And off your platforms? I mean, actually, because it wasn't lockout. That happened later. What ran you off?
Felt guilty.
About what? What was it you felt guilty for?
About everything what I did for the cover up for the FCK thing.
Okay, but what was the catalyst? What was the catalyst that made you leave?
Because you left your platform before you left the internet entirely, or at least your accounts.
I guess I just realized that I was becoming the very thing I wanted to stop.
And I think.
Fuck off, man. I was becoming the very thing I swore to destroy. You little. I hate this guy so much. I fucking hate him. Oh my god.
I think I know the catalysts.
Go on.
It was Heaton's video about him, and I believe it was November of 2021. That's when he stopped posting on YouTube and stopped posting on Twitter, and then I think it was cemented when Jar and Susie made a video about his Toby video.
Interesting.
But he didn't actually leave anything, like actually delete his accounts and stuff until he had that call with Laka, where he got exposed for talking sexually around children and encouraging them to share porn with each other and covering up what happened to Teddy.
Why did you encourage children to share porn with each other? And please don't tell me I don't know.
Maybe I just assumed that everyone was at 18. Just didn't check.
No.
What do you mean you presumed everyone was 18? Like, I'm sure Lyra's gonna go into this, but also, what the fuck are you on about? Like, you knew the ages of specific people in SCK. You would have known how old Slamers was. They were a very public individual, right? They would have known how old Teddy was. Like, that's such a horseshit excuse.
No.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Hold on, somebody refresh my memory, because I'm obviously not involved in a lot of this stuff. Did Junkie do a video on Slimmers too? And Madame?
No, but he was there for the entire situation.
Oh, there you
go.
go.
I'm gonna go ahead and take that. I'm gonna ball it up and I'm gonna throw it away. Let's try this again. Why? Because you knew they were kids. I mean, some people may be able to have that level of disassociation for the arguments they make, but you don't. So why?
I don't know. I can't remember why I did it.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm being serious. I don't remember.
You're being stupid.
How do you expect us to believe I don't remember? Like, honestly.
ACC amnesia, it's become quite common nowadays, actually.
I'm not sure.
Like, how fucking tiny is that walnut of a brain inside your head that you think, like us, to believe that you were so mindless, so stupid, that you just went through life doing things for no reason, including telling kids to draw porn?
I don't have the answer to that.
Of course you don't. Fuck that and fuck you.
Okay. I have to ask then. If you left your platform before the call out from Laka because you felt guilty for covering up for the FCK and covering up for your weird friend, why didn't you just come out with all of it? I mean, you're in a community that's favorite pastime is writing asinine Google Docs. You could have just released one of those and took off. Why didn't you? If you felt so guilty.
Maybe I thought he was going to be a better person, but I should have known better.
Well, this isn't just about your freaky friend with a 13-year-old's porn. We're also talking about the FCK as a general, because you said that you left because you felt guilty about covering that up before you got called out by Laka. So why didn't you just tell people on your way out what happened? You would have saved a lot of people a lot of pain and heartache if you did. The one chance you had to make the correct decision, and ta-da, you didn't? Like, what? This one you won't be able to give me a I don't know for. Because it's the entire reason we're here. It's why you left. It's why...
To clarify...
Go ahead.
To clarify on the timeline, you felt guilty about the stuff in the FCK before Laka confronted you on it, right?
I was more so just to feel guilty for both, but I should have said something.
But, okay, so you did feel guilty for the stuff in the FCK before you were confronted on it by Laka?
I don't believe this. Like, unless there's some sort of confirmation to prove that Junkie felt guilty about it before Laka Mocha Laka talked about it, I doubt it, right? Because actually, now thinking about it, I believe the FCK leaks account was running a while before Laka Mocha Laka talked about it, right? So there was definitely signs that the FCK was being leaked, but if Lio's in chat, he can probably, or someone who knows, they can probably correct me, but I don't know how long or for, in terms of like stuff being shown the FCK leaks account was running for, whether it was before or after Laka. Again, I could be wrong, but I still don't believe Junkie. I still don't believe them when they come up with this excuse.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So why the fuck didn't you say anything?
I don't know. I don't know why.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm being serious.
No, you're not. Do not give me that fucking horse shit, Joseph.
The reason why I personally am struggling to accept the I don't knows and all this is because I had at least one interaction with you where you were maliciously thorough in your reasoning. Do you remember that?
I think I do.
I gave you every kindness in the world to stop bad behavior when it came down during the Omnia and Peaches stuff in 2020. I tried to mediate a conversation between you and Manga Common, and you turn around, you lie, and then even when your other friends are asking for your help during the Sherman stuff, you prioritize the fact that you screwed around and screwed other people over the fact that people were in danger, because you just didn't want to have to deal with the fact that some old angry toy collector was about to rip your throat out. Are you just a coward? Is that just who you are deep down inside?
Yeah.
Yeah. Joseph is a little fucking bitch. And that's exactly how he acted when I was a kid, which is why I was the one having to clean up all of his shit, because he was too much of a fucking coward to do it himself.
That's why I can't buy this, because you were malicious. You got out of that call and said, I just apologized to Manga Common. I told him I'm going to fix this problem. Now I'm going to go make it worse. Now I'm going to lie in this video where a whole bunch of people are going to see it. Now I'm going to have, I'm going to pass the call on to Omnia and Kai and Creepshow Art so they can have a little giggle fit over the fact that I sat there and lied to my friend. And I want to be very clear, this is extremely minor compared to, I don't know, covering up for child predators. Very minor, by the way. This is not the main point here. But the main point is I'm using this to demonstrate the fact that you're malicious and you plot things. So no, I don't magically buy that you suddenly don't remember. I don't, I can't, and I won't.
I know you, Joseph. You're very much capable of malintent.
Right.
So can we please get actual answers instead of doing all of this? Because we're already like 45 minutes in and my patience is tested.
Why didn't you say anything, knowing what you knew? about the FCK.
Maybe I just believe that Toasty wasn't as malicious as I thought it was.
Bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Again, he just can't stop lying. I mean, he just admitted, like, oh, I felt bad about covering for the FCK. So you knew it was bad, and yet you still covered for it. Okay, dude.
Even though the proof said otherwise.
But you know so many children were in danger.
And that you just said that
You know
left.
that there was specific.
You said you left because of the guilt over the FCK, so you can't sit here and say I didn't think he was malicious because that.
Okay, liar, you can't have the same thought as me. Screw it, you can't do that. I'm cancelling you right now. Nope. Nope, that's bad.
For you to have guilt over it would require you to already know. So I'm going to ask you politely once. Please stop lying. Because that's what that is. That is a lie. That's not an accident. That's not misremembering. That's just a lie. So we're going to move forward. Please stop. Because at this point, unless we found out you've done something to a kid, there's nothing else you can lose. So you've got nothing to protect. Okay?
Okay.
So why didn't you say anything when you left?
I didn't say anything because... deep down I didn't think much of it.
Okay. Why did you sit there and tell kids to draw porn of each other?
Because I just...
Yeah?
Were you so porn-brained that you just enjoyed people doing it, especially kids, because haha, it's funny the kids are drawing porn?
No, I didn't think of what their age were because deep down I do have a really bad addiction to this stuff.
No.
What? Sorry. I know I should be having these on.
No, I didn't think of what their age were because...
I didn't think of what their age was.
Deep down I do have a really bad addiction to this stuff.
Because I have a really bad addiction to this stuff. No, you knew their age. That thought must have crossed your mind. You little freak.
No, I can tell. I had to verify a very vile picture with you. Trust me, I'm aware. That's why I asked.
Yeah.
Are you getting therapy for that?
Damn, that statement is ironic looking back from like a day before Fauci's stream. I'm not sure what you're referring to there, Axe. I'm aware that like some realization was made when it came to Junkie and Chuuli, but I'm not sure about anything before that. Also, hi Lo. I'll help you make the video, lol. Maybe. Haha, I'm quite a control freak.
I am.
Okay.
Okay, so, again, I'm going to go back to the other questions, and since now you're finally being honest, which is appreciated, by the way. How active were the names I asked you in the FCK, and how often did they talk sexually around children?
I remember Toasty being pretty active about it.
All right, how about Desi Monster?
I don't remember them being too active. I know they were in calls a lot, chatting with Toasty, but being too sexually active in texts.
All right, and how about Peaches? How often? And it's not just text; it's text calls, all that. How active was she in the server? How often do you know of that she talks sexually around children?
I think maybe once.
All right. All right. How about Jar?
Jar?
I remember Jar being in there.
I see. Thank you for finally answering the questions properly. My final question is, why did you just try to lie to us? And don't tell me you don't know. There had to be a reason. What's the actual reason?
Yeah?
A lot of my memories have been repressed. I've been trying to remember all the awful shit I did.
Don't you talk about this stuff in therapy?
I do.
Okay.
Take away
What? Oh wait, hang on. Lio's saying, unless you groomed a kid, and Fauci's stream revealed that Junkie was encouraging Chuuli to draw an SFW for him. Yeah, I had seen that. It's disgusting. Again, like, Fiendish Cavern is its own can of worms that I can't talk about just yet. It will be talked about, don't get me wrong, right? But again, this is a server that's existed as early as late 2017. I'm only halfway through 2018 in terms of my research. And again, that's not for me to make any sort of statements with. That is, that will be for Chuuli to decide what they want to do with that, because they are the person who would be directly affected by it. That's not my say. But again, it's disgusting how these people in this community has treated Chuuli. It's disgusting how they've treated minors in this community and people who are vulnerable in this community. And it really sickens me learning all this?
Piece by piece.
Okay, so you've been jogging your memory in therapy. Why is it suddenly now in call that it's repressed?
I don't know, maybe just a defense mechanism I have.
Are you just so used to lying that it's your default at this point?
It's a gut feeling, you know.
Great.
Junkie has admitted to me in the past that his heat of the moment decision is always to lie.
Okay, so I just want to make it very clear, in case we ever have to be in call again. That is 100% a way to make me go from 0 to 100. I hate liars. I hate it when people lie. It is so absolutely pointless, unnecessary, stupid, and cowardly. Do not lie to me again, or I will become unglued. And I actually don't want to.
Right.
Are you still in contact with Phantom Heart?
No, I'm not.
When did you cut contact with them?
I think it was 3 to 4 years ago.
Because I know... I don't think Phantom Heart was in the FCK.
No, they weren't.
Okay.
Actually, an interesting thing with Phantom Heart, and I think I've said this before, if you guys remember this was a while ago, keep in mind, Akuma had put out a call that Phantom Heart had with Toasty Vanilla, and it seemed to be, like, in the beginning of the call, it's described as like a series of interviews with different people when it came to the FCK. I would have loved to have seen the other interviews, but I don't think we're ever going to get that. But if those interviews did happen, because it seems like it did. But if those exist somewhere and anyone's got them, that'll be pretty cool to see. Because I think Toasty's the only one we ever got. Again, I could just be like looking too deep into it. But that is something that would be interesting to see if those do exist.
So they're another person that you lied to about Toasty? Because Phantom Heart knew of the FCK. Because I remember in our group chat, because online drama shit was really stressing me out at the time, you guys would warn me by changing the name of the group chat from just the normal thing, and then you would put it into what you guys called fruitcake mode.
Oh,
I don't remember doing that.
Of course. And I remember being in a server with Toasty and Slimmers, and I think Phantom Heart was also there. Did you tell them anything about the FCK?
No, I don't think so.
Do you know how she knew of it then?
I think Toasty mentioned it to them at one point.
Okay, because yeah. God, you fucking suck.
Are there any more commentary people you are hiding things for? Since you're finally being honest.
Nothing I can think of, no.
Okay. Thank you. You got anything else you want to go over with this individual, Julie?
No.
Okay. We'll go ahead and leave then, and I'll be in contact if anything else is needed.
Hello, welcome back to the present. I'm sure everything has at least one thing on your minds right now. What the fuck? That was genuinely evil. The major thing I want to highlight, in addition to Joseph throwing me straight into a groomer's arms the second I turned 18, was him admitting that the reason why he encouraged kids to draw and share porn in the FCK and why it didn't mean anything bad to him is because he's a porn addict. I know addiction is a serious issue, but it getting to the point where you involve children in your sex-based addiction in order to fuel it, I straight up don't know how to properly respond to that in a way that wouldn't get my channel immediately banned. Following that illuminating call, there were two things at the forefront of my mind. Two loose ends I didn't feel comfortable leaving that way. What's the deal with Phantom Heart and Hal? With Hal, I was confused on if they knew everything, why they were allowed to stick around after sticking by Joseph. So then I wondered if they did know everything, or if they were in the dark on Joseph's sick and twisted behavior as well. With Phantom, I hadn't heard from or spoken to her in years, not ever since Joseph got cancelled in 2021 by Heaton. However, I had no idea exactly what she knew about the FCK and Toasty's actions regarding Petty, since we were both around Toasty at the same time, and in an old group chat I shared with Phantom, she used to change the group name to Fruitcake Mode whenever stressful drama shit I didn't want to deal with at the time was being discussed. So wondering if Phantom had been another one of the people lied to and manipulated by Joseph, I tried to reach out. I couldn't reach her directly through her Discord, so I hit up one of my friends, Jem, who was still friends with her Discord account, though they hadn't spoken to her in forever either. From the conversation that followed, I gleaned that Phantom didn't know anything about Joseph's actions regarding kids. That much was certain. However, she had vague memory of possibly knowing what Toasty had done, maybe through a fucked up misconstruction from Toasty and or Joseph, and I wanted to see if Phantom had any proof of Toasty giving their side of the situation to her, but, you know what? I'm just gonna have Gemini read out everything that transpired.
Hey, so Chuuli would like to clear things up with you regarding Junkie.
Who dis?
It's Jem, formerly Pega Gamer.
Ah, who's Chuuli?
Formerly Dulu.
What do they want to clear up? I haven't spoken to Junk in like 2 years.
About the FCK situation, and if you knew about what happened with that, and what role Junkie had.
Far as I'm aware, Junkie took down his video because of the negative feedback and Manga and Peaches sending their hate crowds at him. Junkie's doing better in therapy, but that's about it. Everyone's kind of just drifted off since 2020.
Chuuli just asked me to shoot you a DM and ask if they can get in contact with you to talk about what happened. You okay with me getting you in contact with Chuuli?
Gonna be fairly honest here and say that I don't really have any info to give them, and I barely remember them. Been focusing on my actual life for the past 5 years. They can shoot me a DM if they want, but I don't really know what we would talk about.
That's fair. I do genuinely hope things are going well for you. If there's any information you do remember relating to the FCK and Toasty Vanilla, that would help a lot.
Not really, just that everyone in that group was fucked. I'm not even in any of the groups that had the DMs, and I think half of them changed accounts.
That's valid. Would you be okay if I made a group DM between you, me, and Chuuli? So it'd be easier to DM about it?
Hope y'all are doing good, though.
Living life.
Sure, if you want. I just don't remember much and don't have any receipts, but yeah.
I'm sure any information would help. I'm assuming they're investigating and just want to cover all bases, which is fair.
Sure, if they want. I just don't have much to give.
So I guess I can make a quick list just off the bat. 1. Did you know anything about the Fruitcake Club / FCK? In a DM group we had back in the...
Interesting avatar. Interesting avatar for Chuuli here. We can be bees.
You used to set the chat name to fruitcake mode whenever people talked about drama stuff because it stressed me out. So that leads me to believe that either Toasty or Junkie told you of the FCK, but probably nothing about what went down in it. 2. How did you meet Toasty? Was it through Junkie or some other means? What did Junkie tell you about them? 3. Are you still in contact with Toasty at all? Did you two ever meet up like they told me you guys planned?
Knew it was a server that had a bunch of commentary people in it. It had people with a porn chat and a bunch of drama. Don't remember much else. No clue. Junkie and Toasty didn't get along from what I remember. Used to play video games with Toasty before I focused on school. Nah, never met up with her. Last I heard she was going back to her home state. It's been 3 to 4 years since I've interacted with any of them on a level that I'd remember clearly. Last I heard from Junkie was that he was just focusing more on his personal life. It's been just the same with me.
Do you remember what her home state is? Where did you hear she was moving back? Also, do you remember any situation between Teddy that draws and Toasty about her being inappropriate with Teddy when she was a minor?
One of the Carolinas, somewhere south. I just remember things went south between them at some point because we used to all play games together, but Junkie didn't want to anymore at some point. Vaguely remember the name Teddy. I remember looking at some stuff Toasty sent me, but don't remember the context.
I wonder if there's any way to retrieve those DMs. One of her accounts still exists. It's just vanilla, period.
Not in my DMs list.
It's possible on desktop to send a friend request on Discord and open them back that way. I can show you that when you're available if you want.
I'm not really interested in investing a lot of time into this. If you have quick questions, I'm happy to provide what I know, but I haven't interacted with the commentary scene for years, and I don't feel like dedicating my time to it more than
Oh, fuck off. Like, I don't know anything about this person, but when Chuuli is, like, clearly trying to look into something this important, you would want to, like, at least do the bare minimum. Like, how hard is it for you to simply just do the simple steps that Chuuli has asked you to do? Like, this would have been so much more helpful if we had access to these DMs with Toasty. There might have been something else more to glean with it. Like, again, I'm not going to hold it too much over this person's head, but also, come on, please. Like, you could have at least done that much.
I understand that, but I don't think turning down the opportunity to possibly find proof of Toasty trying to twist the narrative about the child they groomed is the right move.
I see. We can consider this conversation over then. I don't enjoy people holding morality over my head about situations I'm not involved in.
What?
What a bitch. What do you mean morality over your head? They were just asking you simple questions. What the hell? Like, why would you leave? Oh, fuck.
A fucking coward?
I do want to add that they did DM me saying that they were mad about it or whatever.
Hope you do well in the future, but I don't do well with people manipulating me and only contacting me as a means to an end.
And then
wow. Manipulating you? How the fuck is this manipulative? They're just trying to get information and... You little freak, what are you doing? Like, nothing of this conversation was manipulative. They were simply just trying to get some closure on a situation. Do you think they would have really reached out to you if otherwise? Like... I guess I have too much faith in people sometimes. Like, what are you doing?
They blocked me.
Reminder that these are people nearing their 30s. Yeah. I get not owing strangers anything, but I'm sorry you're a complete ass if you hear a serious situation go, no, I won't give you the stuff you're asking for. Yeah, that's true, Jaden. That woman is guilty as fuck. I would say guilty of just, like, being a bitch. Like, I know they're, like, they themselves may not be attached to a situation, right? I guess they have not got any personal stake in it, but they could have at least, like, you know, done the bare minimum here. It's, yeah, she could have had dirt, she could have had stuff on Toasty. Like, there could have been stuff to glean from this, but they just decided, fuck you.
And then, before I could, I did screenshot it, because I couldn't message them again. They did this before I could respond. I was like, I didn't mean for it to come off like that. I want to be straightforward with you about it. Which is true. which is fine, but whatever. C'est la vie, I suppose.
So yeah, unfortunately, because Phantom is a bitch-ass coward with no morals guiding her life, after the slightest pushback to her hesitancy to look for this proof because she just doesn't care about the fact that she may have evidence on a predator who's still around, she flamed on the conversation, complaining about how I'm holding morality over her head, which is the most bitchless way of saying that I pointed out that her inaction would be fucked up. I shouldn't be too surprised considering the last time she got any heat online, she vanished off the face of the internet, including the Twitter account you're still following me on, dickhead. I can't imagine being the perfect example of how someone can just refuse to grow up. But there's nothing I can do to make an adult act their age. She also immediately blocked Jem, as stated, with a self-victimizing send-off because—
Also, ew. I might have to, like, I think I have to confront this, Chuuli, on this. They're a Namor player? Ugh. That's awful.
Of fucking course she did. Manipulative and dishonest people are so predictable. So with Phantom being a complete bust, I was fairly hesitant to bring anything to Hal's attention, considering how much closer to Joseph he was, and also considering what happened the last time I dealt with someone handling the allegations against their boyfriend.
First of all, this has never heard, like,
Oh my god.
shakes, cookies, and waffles. Yes, no, listen.
I haven't looked too much into Blaze the Weirdo, but I've only seemed to hear bad things.
Holy shit, I'm saying there's a part of context that removes information.
Oh my god.
Despite that, I wanted to make sure I had everything right, because it would greatly inform how I was going to move forward with things, including this video. I was also horrified by the prospect that if Hal didn't know what Joseph had done, this would be the way he found out. So on July 27th, after a couple weeks of agony and screaming, Lyle was able to get me into a call with Hal, in which Hal actually thought he was just going to be confirming to me and apologizing for his own actions in the FCK, which were minuscule in comparison to others. We had a talk about Joseph's behavior, and I'm not going to be playing that call. As far as I'm concerned, based on the level of ignorance that Hal had to the stuff his boyfriend was doing, he has a right to privacy, and I don't think I need to be showing him struggling with what he was informed about to the whole of YouTube.
Okay,
because as it
that's
turns
fair.
out, Hal was entirely ignorant to Joseph encouraging children to continue drawing and posting pornography in the server, as Hal had been dismissed from the call with Laka where that was discussed. And Joseph had specifically made sure to leave it out when discussing both that call and the call that Lio and I had with him to Hal. I honestly feel terrible over how heartbroken and horrified they were when they came to learn about Joseph, but they've been very diligent on reassuring me that it was the right thing to do. It should be obvious, but the two of them aren't together anymore, and I'm hoping that Hal is able to move on from this with as little or easy demand.
Dude, that must suck. I hope this Hal person's doing okay, given everything. Like, imagine that was kept from you, like, as a partner. Like, that's so awful. Dude.
Manage grief as possible. He also wrote out a formal apology again for his involvement in the FCK, which you can pause to read here. So,
Oh, might as well read it.
grief as possible. He also wrote out—
Okay. Hello, this is Faiju, or Lil Miss Faye, as I used to go by. I'm here to write an apology to the victims who were treated horribly in that FCK server. I know I didn't partake in any predation or creepy activity, but regardless, I was made an admin or mod in that server, and I should have been more observant and aware instead of I was negligent and oblivious. And due to that, it caused the minors in that server to be harmed by the predatory adults within that space. And for that I am sorry. I was an adult, I have failed on doing my part. This apology isn't to ask for forgiveness, but rather something I feel that is needed. I also deeply apologize for not realizing the NSFW channel did not have a safeguard on it when I posted that highly suggestive and inappropriate art piece of my old Sona gender bent along with that suggestive Safe for Work piece of them. At the time, the Safe for Work one I didn't think was wrong, but looking back at it, I can see where the problem is with just how it was drawn, and for that I am sorry for not having a proper filter on myself. I deeply hope that you can all heal from the trauma the monsters had put you all through, and I hope you will all come out stronger after this, and the ones who have harmed you face justice. Again, I am deeply sorry for what all you have gone through, and I only wish you all the best. Sincerely, Faye. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. Again, it's not my place to judge it. It's for the people affected to judge this statement here. It seems this person was very much lied to by their partner Junkie. It sounds awful, and I think this is the least we can ask for in terms of giving the victims of FCK some level of reprieve or solace. I think those are the correct words to use there, but yeah.
a formal apology again for his involvement in the FCK, which you can pause to read here. So, In conclusion,
Firing squad.
in all other seriousness, my heart really does go out to Hal. Finding out your boyfriend was being hella inappropriate with kids through someone else because he didn't feel like letting his partner know who he really was because he knew it end the relationship. What the fuck do I even say at that? Joseph is a cowardly, monstrous pervert who stuck to his ways till the end and should stay gone now that his last remaining connection to anything kicked him to the curb as they should. Usually at this point, I would bring up whatever the freaking question is up to now and try and rally some form of accountability on them or awareness of their presence, but I deadass think Joseph is just gone. He's still alive, unfortunately, but no cop, without giving too much details, I think I have fucked up Joseph's life more than any other person I've talked about on this channel. And like I say, I did it, but let's be so for real, all I did was hold him accountable for the deplorable actions that he made. Moving forward, I'm going to be completing the last few videos I have left to make on this channel, and I'm going to be honest, one of them is a video that I never thought I would feel the need to make in the entirety of my time being on YouTube. But that's life. Shit's tough, and unfortunately, no matter what, you gotta carry on somehow. So that's what I'll do. I also hope to upload some videos to my new channel as I work on this stuff because, dear God, I've been neglecting that baby. She is sobbing and malnourished. And that's it. Stream Jealous Type by Doja Cat. Bye.
Okay. And that was Chuli's video. Overall, fuck Junkie. Junkie's a piece of shit. Ponder's negligence in this situation regarding Spoctor should be held accountable for, and will hopefully be held accountable for publicly, given how they've gone about it in the public instances as well. But yeah, I think there is one more thing to cover for this stream, and that is everyone's responses to this video. So if you guys give me one moment, I will get those up on the stream. Find my Twitter. I should have prepped this beforehand, but here we are. And then we go to here. Oh, wrong one, right one. There we go. I remember my hotkeys. So, some of you may have seen this. I made a tweet basically to collect everyone's responses to the situation. And here we go. So first we have Streamline Workshop, and again, these are all people that I've picked out because they were affiliated with Ponder Sprocket. So this is why they are here, or they're directly mentioned in the video. So first we have Streamline Workshops. I'm going to need to have a quick drink first, so give me 1 second, because I am quite parched. Okay. So, if you want more information about the situation, here is the video Chuuli posted that makes brief mention of it. I've been told more information will be released at a later date, but for now, here is my statement regarding Ponder Sprocket, as we've very publicly been friends. I was made aware of information regarding Ponder's involvement in the Spoctor situation a little over a week ago, that being that she stayed silent about after being told by Spoctor directly he acquired CSCM after he turned 18. Oh, sorry, you picked up the sip. Sorry. As I only have a very basic understanding of the situation and the context surrounding it, I won't try to elaborate on any claims brought up and can only say that the evidence I've been provided does back up what's being said. I ended our friendship a week ago, and I'm only keeping minimal contact to relay people what they want answers for. I don't have much to add to the situation, other than the sentiment that I am disappointed in her actions and grieving the loss of our friendship. Although I've known Ponder for a long time, I have not been close with her for as long as people like Chuuli or Clown Thief, so I encourage you to give them your support. While I am being critical of some of her actions and discussing these thoughts with her behind the scenes, I haven't addressed any of this on any of my platforms. I'm sorry if my silence has contributed in any way to downplaying or delegitimizing any of the valid criticisms that have been brought up over the past years. Please do not contact any of our mutual friends who have yet to make any statements, as they are grappling with this new information as much as the public is. Ponder has never spoken with us, and at least not to my knowledge, about many of the things being discussed right now, and a lot of our friends weren't even in the community to witness what happened. Okay, that's pretty fair. We have Kalimara. Hey everyone, perhaps you might, or perhaps you might not have seen what's come out about Ponder Sprocket very recently. If not, I implore you to look up Chuli's latest video, Junkie's Never-Ending Fuck-Ups. Whilst I do not consider myself ACC, nor does my content align with ACC content, Ponder was my friend, and as are several art channels who are part of that community. Because of that, I feel the need to speak up on this. To summarize, I was only recently made aware of the extremely concerning and frankly appalling actions that Ponder Sprocket has done during the Spoctor situation, actions that are far more severe than what was mentioned in Chuli's video. I have seen evidence that shows collusion, an attempt to potentially help a predator get away with their crime, keeping said predator around in spaces with vulnerable individuals, and extreme negligence that puts vulnerable individuals at risk in spaces she was responsible for. Chuuli was one of these vulnerable individuals at the time. In the admittedly brief time that I'd known her, I got to meet her in person, shared Airbnbs and fun experiences with. She was a good friend who, albeit always seemed quite troubled, truly seemed like she was a sensible individual who cared about the well-being and safety of victims and vulnerable individuals. So with our prior report, I felt it only fair to confront Ponder directly about this before making this statement, and I was disappointed to see her downplaying and even admitting the full extent of her actions that had come into contention. I thought Ponder to be someone better than that. That would be interesting to see if they can obviously show that, but I'm not really sure what to say on that. Oh. Hi Fuman. I haven't made a statement because I'm waiting for Ponder to respond. Give Chuuli all your support if you can, since she's the one hurt the most in all of this. True. Also, that's fair, Fuman. I wish I knew what was going on in her head during that time, or why she made the decision she did, but because unfortunately she claims that not even she knew. I want to believe that she has changed since then and no longer stands by her actions, but for now, unfortunately, I cannot be completely certain. While I'm aware that outside of the Spoctor situation, that period of her life was a difficult one, especially for her mental health and the environment she was in. However, she was already at an age where she should have known better, true. I don't think it is enough to justify the decision she's made, and I absolutely do not agree with or condone nor condone her actions. The last time we spoke... Oh, here we go, yeah. The last time we spoke, she told me she is currently working on a statement to address people's concerns and is actively trying to better herself and get the help she needs. I hope this is true. She is someone who has come to care about, respect, and is someone who has been a good friend to me and a good person for the time I've known her. But learning this has left me shocked and hurt, and has affected our mutual friendship deeply. I don't think things in our friend circle will ever be the same, and for that, I am grieving the loss of the friendship we once had. We all are. I hope the people who were directly affected by Ponder's actions back then can find peace and closure in this coming to light. And finally, being addressed. I will leave this statement here. Please do not take this statement as an invitation to contact me about Ponder. I do not want to speak over the voices of the actual victims hurt by Ponder's actions. I think that's pretty fair. Oh, thank you very much for the $2, just a retard. I managed to clear the far allegations at least. True. Okay. Now on to Clown Teeth. Have I skipped anyone? Oh no, I accidentally skipped because of Twitter being gay. Now we have Manga Carmen. I believe this is a post underneath. I think it's under here, right? No? I'm not sure where this was pinned under then. But anyway. Edit dash addressing slash corrections on August 30th, 6/6 Eastern. Okay. The illegal content that was on Spoctor's hard drive as listed in the document above is CSEM. For those unaware, yes, it is stuff about minors. I intend on making a proper video response when I return to my office in early September, roughly the 3rd, but the video will most likely be on the 4th. Oh, so tomorrow. Interesting. I do not have access to my recording equipment or video editing software at the moment, but I don't intend on posting/uploading anything until I have that proper video response done. And we also have the document, so we will quickly read this. Here we go. I am Manga Carmen, and I need to take accountability for my mistakes. This isn't easy to write, but it's important as my goal to be better, starting with being honest about how I failed myself, my audience, and many others. After Chuuli's videos speaking to them and a few others, that is something that I cannot ignore. 5 years does not negate a situation I was a part of. Back in 2018, I publicly defended a former creator called Spoctor in 2020 during a call in Ponder Sprocket's Discord server. I learned that Spoctor admitted to possessing illegal content on a hard drive when he asked Ponder to defend him. As you can see below in the screenshot, I had said that this situation and information needed to be addressed publicly because it could not be defended if true. I knew the seriousness of the situation, and I still chose to not update my audience or correct my earlier defense. Oh, there's been an edit. Okay, yeah, okay, we've already seen that. And again, we have the screenshots from inside of Fiendish Cavern in the VC where it happened. We saw this in Chuuli's video. That silence is the issue here. Back when I was in the ACC content sphere, people trusted me because I spoke publicly before, and I failed to be transparent with this information when the truth came out. I can point out reasons like thinking Ponder would have been the one who would break the information to the public, or uncertainty of what my responsibility would be, but those are excuses. Oh. Thank you, Metal Man, for the $5. Guys, you guys have been really fucking generous this stream. Thank you so much. You may be mad with power, but I respect you. Thank you very much, Mailman. That's very nice of you. Where were we? And the fact is, I had the information, I had the platform, and I didn't act. That was negligence on my part, and I apologize for that. This wasn't the only time I've mishandled serious topics. Roughly around the same time period, I also botched the Toby drama. These events made it clear that I wasn't capable of responsibly handling ACC-related content, so I made an active push to step away from it. Doing less and less videos related to that until the last one in 2021, I focused on the media content so I don't have to worry about hurting people if I make a mistake. I cannot undo what I did wrong, but I can and have to own up to my mistakes. I should have spoken up, I didn't, and people were misled because of that. Whilst I don't expect these types of situations to appear in my path going forward, if I ever end up in a situation where serious allegations are raised, I will do my best to handle it transparently, or step aside for someone who is better equipped for this. I have made many mistakes, I regret them, and I want to do better. I am sorry to everyone I let down. I do not expect amnesty. I have made mistakes, and I need to take accountability. Thank you very much for your... Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you very much for your time, Manga Carmen. Sorry, my throat's a bit dry right now. I have been talking for quite a while. Okay, we've already seen this end part. I think this is pretty fair. Again, for a lot of these, I think it's mainly up to Chuuli how they feel about it. In terms of how they accept these. Again, they were the one directly affected by the actions of these people. I think there is some level of accountability still to be held, or that I can speak on, which is to do with Spoctor. I think that's very fair to critique. I think Manga Carmen has... I think there's not really more I can really ask from Manga Carmen when it comes to Spoctor. I think that they have addressed it pretty well, and I'll be interested to see what happens in the video they release. But yeah, good stuff, good stuff. Let's go back to here. Because I think we have one more. Oh no, two more. Sorry. Now let's see. So this was posted in Mali Malware's Discord server. So this is where this is from, and I think this is the only thing publicly from Mali Malware at this current time that I'm aware of. I am pissed and sad, but should anyone worry about me? Not at all. I'll be just fine. None of this is really about me after all, and others are dealing with much more than I am. Thanks for checking in though, that's nice of you to ask, and because I know people are curious about where people are at right now, I'll say this. Please let everyone figure out their feelings on their own pace. If audience members choose to stop supporting/watching, or if friends choose to let some friendships end during all of this, then that's their right. For me personally, I have no intentions of cutting contacts/friendships over the recent happenings, which includes Ponder. If that's a hard line for people in my audience that I'd like to leave, then no hard feelings. Always curate your online experience, and thanks for hanging out around my content for the time that you did. I don't really like the whole guilty by association argument when it comes to these sort of things, right? I feel like for a lot of these people, I want to give it time before I say anything in terms of how I feel about where they sit with this whole thing. If anything to critique with this, really, they don't plan on ending any friendships over this. Obviously, that would be in reference to Ponder. But again, that may change. I don't know how aware Mali is. Also, I've just now realised I typed in the tweet male malware, which is quite funny. But yeah, I think I'm going to give them time for this. Clown Teeth. Here we go. I think this is the last one. Due to recent events, I feel like an update is in order. My video about Heaton is still being worked on and will be released. Due to new information and the emotional ties this stuff has on me, it has been extremely draining. Along with what has been released about Ponder Sprocket, I am grieving the loss of our friendship. All of this has delayed my progress on the video and has changed the direction I originally was going to take. The video is still happening, I just need time. I also want to firmly state I do not wish to associate with the ACC or any commentary group from this point forward. My soul was broken and I don't wish to continue under these labels due to my mental health. I am drifting to focus on being an artist who just exists and wishes to be left in my bubble. My story will come out and it will just be a little while longer. Until then, see you all soon. I think that's pretty fair. Me personally. Oh, hi Slug. Lol. Again, for a lot of these people, my stance on it is I think I want to give it some time until everything comes forward. There may be more information that these people aren't fully aware of. Again, it's fully it's a wait and see type of thing, if that makes sense. I'm not gonna persecute anyone here for distancing themselves or not choosing to distance themselves just yet. Again, things may change. I don't really like guilty by association arguments. What Ponder has done is disgusting in my opinion, but I'm gonna give them some time. These are just fresh thoughts that have come out after a situation. But that's my take on it. I mean, people can be friends with people we don't care for. That is true. But yeah, that's my take on everyone's responses when it comes to this stuff now. I'm just trying to think about if there's anything else that I need to talk about before I start wrapping things up. Of course, I'm going to be linking, how do I do this? I'm a pro streamer. Give me 1 second, people. I implore you all to check out... Oh, no, wrong. Yep, no, right thing. Okay, bro, I'm so professional. Oh my god, my stream's gonna fight to try and catch up. But I suggest you all check out Chuli's video. This should be the video link. Please be the right video link. Lol. Pro streamer, pro streamer, pro streamer. There we go. Awesome. I think I did it. But yeah, I think that's gonna be everything from me today. I want to thank everyone who's like come out for this stream. This is my first time streaming. Very awesome stuff, and I think the biggest help for me is if you like and subscribe. Obviously, go give Chuuli some support. They deserve it. I'm gonna try and set up how to do raiding real quick. So I'm gonna put this screen on, but please stick around. I'm gonna figure out how to raid you guys into someone. I think Ace told me how to do it a bit ago, but I need to figure out how to do it. Oh god damn it, how do I do this? God damn it, how do I do this? How do I raid? God damn it. Is Ace still awake? I'm gonna get Ace to tell me how to do this. I gotta fix my audio stuff. Is my audio not been very good this stream? Oh no. How do I do this? Gulp? I'm a professional streamer, guys. Haha. Oh, hang on. I may have figured it out. Maybe. Oh wait, here we go. I figured it out. I figured it out by myself. Who's live? I think we're going to... Wait, when does K-Hug go live? You're a little bit quiet, but that's all. Oh, okay. Thanks for telling me. I can fix that if I do another stream. I'm gonna see when K-Hug's going live, and then I might send you guys over to there. If not, then it'll be Dickers, because I like Dickers. In 22 minutes. Okay. I'm gonna send you guys over to Dickers. Thank you guys very much for showing up to my first stream, haha. But yeah, I will see you guys later. Okay? I think that should have worked. Is this working? Does it only work when I end stream? I changed the settings. Right? Why is it not working? I'm so pro. I'm so professional. Okay, wait. Okay, I got it. Okay, end stream. Okay, awesome. Thank you guys so much for showing up. Bye, 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 bye.